last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys today. Thank you for being here and I hope you're having a great weekend. Let's see who we have tonight. We got Detroit Rock City in the house. Thank you for being here, Detroit. So good to see you. Also, I see Kiki here. I saw both Kikis actually. I saw Lori. Good to see you, Lori, and Bo. So good to see you, GA64. Thank you for the green hearts, GA64. And also Linda Hall. Hey, Panda Bear's mom, good to see you. And Miss Ann Reynolds is here at number 7. Thank you for hitting the like button, you guys. That really means a lot to me. Hey, little Reddo, I watched you and your son live tonight, but I was in the bushes a little bit just getting ready for tonight's show. I started watching Profiling Evil. Excuse me, not Profiling Evil. That's Mike. Pat Brown is a profiler. And so a criminal profiler. And so I thought it would be really neat. Hey, there's our other Kiki. I thought it would be really neat to go over her interviews because I watched the first interview, which was on March 13th, 2024, called Huge Red Flags, and that's pertaining to Chris and Katie. She was not side-eyeing Seth in the slightest. I do have to put that out there. So we're going to go over her first four videos, right? She's got 4 videos on Sebastian in the beginning, March 13th, 19th, 21st, and 25th. So we're going to go over those tonight. Good to see you, Town Chat Cafe. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. I also see Sandy, Mimima. Good to see you. Let's see. I hope I'm not missing anybody. Hey, Meow. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you for hitting that like button, number 18. We have Panda Bear's mom says, please pray for Devlin as tomorrow it will be 5 months. He'll be missing. No trace, no sighting. I've been fighting hard to advocate for this handsome guy to bring him home. I'm not going to let him down. Well, thank you, Panda Bear's mom, for doing that. And I appreciate you letting us know. So Devlin Tate has been missing for 5 months tomorrow, guys. 5 months. And Panda Bear's mom, hopefully you'll have some time tomorrow. I was gonna email you, but I would love to have you up to talk about Devlin because I think I think you're the expert when it comes to Devlin. So I'm glad. I would be very honored to have you up here talking. Hey, Babs, good to see you. Hey, hey, she says. I hope everyone's doing well. Bought a new car, new to me, a new to me car. That's the ones I like. My car is 28 years old, no joke. That's great, Babs. I'm like that too. That's what I call a new. Because guess what? Cars are a bad investment right off the bat, right off the rip. Chuchi, good to see you, Chuchi. There's a wedding at a country club. Some came in and stayed pee-weeing out or pee oh pew-pewing. Wait, is it pee-pewing? Pew-pew. I think it is. I always try not to say that, guys, because I sound like I sound silly when I say it. OMG, I just did it at least 2 days. OMG, the difference in stories, it's crazy. It's crazy the difference in stories, right? So we have the TBI narrative, right? Versus what reality was, right? So this is a small little piece of the TBI narrative in the corner here of the background. That's why I'm small today, guys. I'm like really teeny tiny today because it doesn't really matter. You guys all know what I look like. But I wanted to show you guys a collage of reality tonight. And one little piece of that collage that was made up, we were to believe that this was the happy little background stamped by the TBI, right? Oh, look how happy Sebastian is and Katie. They just look great, don't they? Nope, wrong. That's not reality. It's like shut your mouth, shut your mouth, shut your mouth, right? Hey, Maui son, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And welcome in everybody else. Hello to the Bush people. Maui Sun says, I wanted to say that I received the sweatshirt water bottle from Seth. I don't know why this is small tonight. It's like, I need to figure out why it's so small. But anyway, because I'm trying to read your comments here. Sebastian is such an adorable young man. The products were great. Yay. Okay, great. Yeah, we will find him. I think so too, Maui Sun. Okay, so I ordered the bag, right? So that should be coming soon. It's fast delivery too, Maui Sun. That's what was really neat about that too. And Seth was wondering about how the quality was, right? I think he's really interested in knowing that. So thank you so much. I very, very much appreciate you. And I'm excited. And like there's all kinds of different colors. Like the thing about the t-shirts and the and the hoodies, they look like really good quality. And then also they have different colors. So like say you want to get a pink one or you want to get, like a light blue. There's a couple of different shades of blue, a couple of different shades of green, right? There's like a forest green, and then there is like more of it's not neon green, but it's like lime green. There we go. It's lime green. So I'm excited for you, Maui-san. Thank you so much for sharing. Guys, please share with me when you get, if you're going to order stuff or if you do get it, share it. Share it out because I'm sure Seth wants to hear about it. And if he's in chat, that's great. Or if he's on the replay or something. I try to read a lot of comments because I like to hear what you guys have to say. Plus, it's just me up here talking, out into the ether. So. Oh, a shooting at a wedding. Oh my goodness, at a country club 4 exits away from me. Oh my lord, Chuchi, that's crazy. At a wedding? I mean, I've heard of a shotgun wedding, but that's just kind of a, you know. Thank you. I know my screen is so tiny. I'm like, why is it so little? I'm literally like right on top of the screen looking into it, like trying to read. I don't know why. It's weird. But if I put it all the way too big, it's like I can't see the chat then. I don't know what's going on. It changes, see, and then it changes stuff. Hey, Cinderelli, it changes stuff on me, and then I'm like, what is going on? Yeah, they are a little red. I know. And then it's like people drive around like, a $30,000 vehicle, and I'm like, how the hell? No, thank you. I'll just buy one used on the marketplace. That's what I usually do. Hey, Broken Branch, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Bab said she got a decent rate though. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. Like, I mean, I've definitely gone to the dealership and stuff, but I don't ever buy a brand new one, ever, 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 because it depreciates as soon as you buy it. Hey, Holly S. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm a baby. Okay. So Kiki, I was trying to figure out how old Katie is. I don't know if you guys know how old Katie is. Now, the only reason I'm trying to figure out how old she is, and I'm not being a creeper, I'm not trying to be a weirdo or anything, but I was wondering because Olivia Vitale, excuse me, Olivia Vitale from Chronicles of Olivia is 29 years old. I found her right away. She's got like a little bio. She's so beautiful, but she's young, right? And I was thinking she was closer to my daughter's age, which she's not far off from my daughter, but like she is not far off from Katie in terms of, I think Katie is like 37 or 8. I'm not trying to be rude either about her age. I know it's not, polite with the ladies to be talking about our ages and things like that. But I was wondering because she seemed very bewildered when she was in the Chronicles of the Olivia. Thank you, Kiki. Says KP's 36. Fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to write that down because I was like, so they're very close in age. And Katie served in the military, but when she was doing the interview with Olivia, she was very quiet and like submissive. Submissive is the best word that I can use, you know? Yeah, Babs, right? It's like, oh my Lord. And it everything's higher than too. The insurance, everything. Hey, Shadow. Good to see you. I mean, like, if you can afford to buy like everything brand new, go for it. I mean, like maybe, I'm not saying I never would unless I was, had a lot of money or something, I guess maybe, but I don't know. It's just bad. So yeah, that's the reason why I was wondering about that. So I'm glad I'm glad you said that, Kiki, because I was like, I think Chris is my age. Then I started thinking, how old's Chris? I think he's my age. I think he's born in, 82. So yeah, okay, she just had a birthday. Okay, she's 89. Okay. Yeah, I knew she was younger than me by a little bit, which she is. So, which I thought she was my age when I first saw her. I thought she was my age. I thought her and Chris were my age, really, I did. So, And I try not to like creep on people too hard either, like, oh, their birthday is this, da, 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 you know, but it's almost like we kind of have to if we're making a profile of people that we think may have done something here. Because let's be honest, you know, Katie was the last one with her son. You know, I'm not, I've said it before, I don't hate her. I just, you know, I mean, I want to know what's going on here. And it really bugs me. It bugs the shit out of me. And then when I went to go search her for her birthday, I couldn't find it. And so I scrolled down a little on my phone and it said one of the, you know, searches could be, you know, who is Sebastian, Katie's, you know, Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot, like, you know, about her or whatever. And the first thing that pops up when I click on that search was her 14-year-old, and I'm not shitting you guys. I have a screenshot of it. Her 14-year-old son, Sebastian Rogers, went missing, blah, 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 blah. Right? So the fucking FBI release that they put out is spread all over the place, misinformation, right? So I got pissed off and I made the background like this because I'm like, look at the TBI. Look at those sons of bitches. You know, trying to push their narrative of a happy Sebastian when he was anything but. Look at this child. Look at him, you guys. I wish I could take my background off. Or excuse me, I wish I could probably remove myself from the stage, but um it's just like look at her talking to him. Look at his face. And then look at him looking down and picking his nails. Right? It's absolutely ridiculous. You know? Chi says I'm 13 years older than KP, darn I'm old. You know, I mean, I'm not terribly, you know, older than her, but also not terribly I mean, it's she's not terribly younger, I guess. You know, I mean, but but when I think about like how old people are, it's like I think about like if somebody is in high school versus, I wouldn't have went to high school with Katie Proudfoot, right? I wouldn't have because I'm not her age. I mean, she wouldn't even been a freshman when I was a senior type of a thing. You get it? So it's like, yeah. And then even more so, Olivia Vitale is young, right? So, but Katie's not far off, I guess, from her. But they wouldn't have went to school together type of a thing. So I heard the Subaru Foresters are good ones. Um, I like the Ford Escapes. I had a Ford Escape and I liked it. It was a cute car. I also had an Envoy. Right before I moved down here, I had an Envoy, and I really liked that little SUV. It was all black. Um, yeah, yeah. See, and I would have had to worry about ice in Missouri, snow more so in Chicago. But now, if it snowed here, I think last year it did snow in Florida in some places, like up north in northern Florida. But yeah, I would be surprised if it did. But it's been chilly the last couple of nights. But then during the day it warms up significantly, so there's that. But guys, I'm going to start playing our profiler, Pat Brown, right? So we have March 13th. Huge red flags is the title. Huge red flags in interviews with Sebastian Rogers' mom and stepdad. Hashtag statement analysis. So that's what we're doing tonight. Let me add this to the stage. And guys, let me know what you think in the chat about this. This is very interesting. This is something that I think is very important for us to listen to, right? And I want to change my background really quick just to kind of put that I'm using this for fair use and commentary because I did not ask permission to use these pieces of her videos, right? So I'm just trying to agree to fair use that I'm going to like comment, and we're using this for educational purposes, right? Because look, we're not the experts. She's an expert criminal profiler. So she's trained to analyze statements, right, from these guys. So without further ado, here's Pat Brown.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and I've been asked to give my commentary, my analysis of the Sebastian Rogers case. That's a missing boy, the missing autistic boy in Tennessee. And he's been missing a couple weeks now at the time of this video. And I've been waiting to discuss this because I've been trying to find enough information as much as I can before I jump to any conclusions. But there are huge red flags that I have found in the interview done with the mom, Katie Proudfoot, the stepdad, Chris Proudfoot, and they're extremely concerning to me. Now, I'll say this up front. I'm not accusing anybody of having done anything. But if I were a detective working on this case or a profiler working on this case, these are things that stand out to me and would make me look further in a certain direction. Okay? Because that's the way investigations go.
Okay, guys, so I just want to pop in here and just say that, again, this is March 13th, 2024. Sebastian was reported missing February 26th, 2024 at around 6:38 in the morning, right? Katie says she just, went to go wake him up for school and he was not there, right? And so at the point of this interview, Sebastian was missing for a couple of weeks, and right off the bat, she says, I'm not accusing anyone, right? Because obviously the police have done nothing to advance this case. They say they have nothing, right? That's their claim to fame is that they wasted a week's worth of resources. Yep, they searched a landfill, just precautionary, no big deal, nothing to see here, and there's nothing, right? So people that have that investigative background don't accept that, and neither do I.
It doesn't mean the person is guilty until you find enough evidence that they are guilty. It just means that, when you're trying to figure out, do I look this direction, or how much effort? Do I put 50-50 or 80-20 or 90-10? This is how detectives have to pursue cases. They have to put the manpower and the money to where they're going to have the most likely success in solving the case. So I'm going to give you my analysis of this. I'm going to start out with the big red flags first, just so you don't think you have to wait to the end of the video to get there. I'm not trying to hold you up, keep you on this video. But once I show you the big red flags, I do encourage you to stay with the video, because I will then go into the other things that also are concerning and my analysis of what I actually think happened based on what I know so far. So, all right, let's get to this. Oh, before I start, hey, please, this is an educational channel. Please do subscribe to the channel. It keeps us going. Oh, it keeps me going because there's no us. It's just me. Keeps me going, keeps the channel going, and keeps the education going out to people who would like to understand criminal profiling and crime scene analysis. So please subscribe, like the video, check my playlist, and hit the button, so that little bell, so you can get notifications.
Okay, guys, so you heard her, go over there, check out Pat Brown's page. She is really great at this analysis, right? She's has the background. She's an expert in her field, and definitely do all the things for Pat Brown. I've been subscribed to her ever since Sebastian Rogers case.
Okay, let's go to it. All right. First of all, I just want to say, when I looked originally at this case, just pictures of Sebastian, I didn't get an immediate feel that he had a bad life going on. It seemed like, well, this picture, for example, there he is with his puppies, and he seems to really loves his puppies. And I think, oh, a family that provides puppies for this child, that's cool. And he has a snake, and I'm a reptile lover. So I'm like, hey, cool. He's got himself, I think this is a ball python. And I think that's really neat. And it's like, okay, so he's got autism, but they're providing for him in a positive way, making his home life happy. Chris Proudfoot says he's a little bit strict about him being on Sebastian being on social media and getting on the phone and doing things. I'm okay with that. I don't know how strict he is, but I understand that hopefully the two of them as a couple have made these decisions, not just the stepfather, and also Sebastian's father, who is Seth Rogers. Also, hopefully he's in the mix, and he does live close by. So could he have what seems to be a pretty decent home life? It did seem so. Then he disappears. And the couple here, his mother and his stepfather, do not go in front of the media for about a week, which is odd right there. That's a red flag. Because according to them, they think he actually left of his own accord in the middle of the night. And if that happens, generally speaking, most parents would want to be standing out in front of their house with a microphone saying, hey, you got to look for my son. For some freaky reason, he left the house. We don't know why. We think he's out there. Maybe he went into the woods. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even understand it, but here's who he is. This is our son. This is how he's 15. He's autistic. Here's some of his behaviors. Here's what he likes. Here's what he doesn't like. Here's what he looks like. I would put out everything I could so people could search for my child. And I put out immediately to my child, Sebastian, if you're out there, Sebastian, we love you. Come home. Call us. Call the police. 911. Ask for help. Whatever you can do. Please, we want you home. That should have been done right away, and it wasn't.
Okay. So I just want to pop on here and just say that what she's saying is spot on. The problem with Chris and Katie is that they had someone from Katie's side of the family that reached out to Dutch. I think she calls herself Dutch Girl now or some shit like this, right? She used to be called Duchess for the Missing back when she was interviewing Chris and Katie, right? Did the first interview with them, right? The one that was right before, because the very next day they did the Holly Thompson interview where she came to the house. And this is the big, huge red flags that Pat Brown is getting from Chris and Katie, right? And so they had a huge platform. I think there were a couple thousand, if not, 1,500 people in the chat that night, right? All wondering what was going on with Sebastian. Trevor Lee was on the panel. He also had a really big platform and following. He still has probably, but I think the YouTube channel isn't there. But he was also on panel saying that he would help, right? And that never happened. They weren't even saying thank you to him. I mean, Katie was very quiet. I also was looking for the March 17th interview to see if we could play some parts of it live. It's been taken down from Dutch Girl's channel. And so luckily I have it. It's just very long and I'd have to edit and, transform it. So I guess that's what we're going to have to do with that because I have used it as references in other videos that I've put out, right? Because I like to compare their statements, and that's what I do here at the channel mostly. And that was by request of one of my followers. I'm not even sure if they still follow me, but they said, why don't you take all of Chris and Katie's inconsistencies and show them? It's very difficult to do that, right? That was basically what I built the channel off of, was those type of videos, right? The polished turds. And so honestly, it's very difficult. And they kept on doing interviews, right? So once they started interviews, they kept on doing interviews. And when I look back at some of the things that are said by Pat Brown in these interviews, when I think back to that time period and what other interviews were going on and what they were saying, they were definitely watching people like Pat Brown. They were absolutely watching her. And what do criminals do? They watch the media, they check the newspapers back in the day, and now they're watching to see what people are saying about them on social media. Let's watch. Hey, Nancy Fleming, Mama, good to see you. Everyone coming in, welcome in, guys. Thank you for being here. Happy Saturday.
And when they finally did do an interview, the media called it breaking the silence. Why would they be silent? That makes no sense to me. So they finally did this interview, and it was one of those interviews which annoys me from the media. They're not asking, basically how to find this emotional thing because they want to do the human interest side of things rather than find this child who's missing, which is very annoying to me. So I'm going to analyze things from this video now. And I want to tell you what kind of analysis I do as far as statement analysis goes. There is a person out here who I respect highly. It is Peter Hyatt. I've known Peter for years. He's got a couple videos on the case. I'm going to link them below. He does what I consider full statement analysis. That is a specialty of Peter. So if you want to get deeply into all the different nuances of statement analysis, and in this case as well, do check out what Peter has to say. Peter Hyatt's just the best at this. We've agreed on so many cases over the years. He's not one who's shy to say what he comes up with. He doesn't do things because they're popular. He simply says what he sees, and I respect him for being very professional in doing that. I do not do that kind of statement analysis. What I do is what I call red flag statement analysis. If I've been working with the police department and I've analyzed interviews, what I'm pointing out are things that jump out at me. So not every single word, but things that to me are like, okay, this is telling me something. Did you guys see this? Did you notice that? So I'm not looking for every issue of deception or what words mean, but things that stand out, because I find that very useful for law enforcement. Sometimes they just don't have a lot of time. So if you can show them the big things, it's useful. So in this case, what did I see right up front? Okay, I'm going to show you a couple videos, which I did with my phone because I don't know how to do these any fancy way. Watch this first video, okay?
First, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
Okay, that bothered me right there. She's trying to figure out how she's going to say she's coping. Then she goes, she turns to her husband, like, but in a way that she'll semi-laughter. Now, people are going to say this is nervousness, but why does she need to do that? Why does she need to look over at him for him to point out to the media how they're feeling? It just was an uncomfortable moment. But that wasn't the big thing for me. The big thing is coming up, and it's in this place where they ask about what their hopes are about Sebastian returning home. Note what the stepfather says, and then notice what the mom says. Check it out.
Oh, first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone. I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna
Always.
come home.
Look at Chris's face right there, guys. Look at his face. Like, seriously. Look at Katie's face. We're about keeping hope alive. Yeah, they look real hopeful. Sorry, I'll let Pat Brown do her thing.
He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
that boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
He's going to walk through that door. Did you just burst into laughter when you said that, stepdaddy? That's concerning to me. He doesn't believe that child is ever going to walk through that door. And the belief doesn't seem to come from Seth Rogers. His dad seems to believe that Sebastian may not be alive because of the time going by. And he's angry about it and he's upset about it. But that's not what he seems to be expressing, that he might have died in the woods or he might have been kidnapped and killed. It actually seems to burst into laughter because he knows it's ridiculous that his stepson's ever going to walk through that door again. Why? Because you know he's dead. You absolutely know that this is ludicrous. Mom then goes on this thing where, and he's going to have lots more friends than before. What? This is the important thing, that if he shows up and have more friends, not that he's alive. Very strange behavior from both of them. Even the laughing part, the humor part, when he's missing, when he's absolutely missing, and you don't know where he is, that he might be dead, that he might be being tortured someplace. He might be. They've never reached out to him, really. They never said, God might, he might be in the woods starving. He might be, oh, please come back. Please, somebody find him. They're not saying any of that. They're talking about him like something that happened in the past. Let me tell you about something that happened with me. And just because I have this memory I have this memory. It's a strong memory.
Okay, guys, really quick before she gets into telling her story, because this is really important when she's talking from her experience as well. I really enjoy it when people do give some personal anecdotes from time to time as an example, because I think it allows for us to really see what another human would do and really compare it in a situation where we think that there's something wrong, right? And what we're kind of looking for in these interviews or in statement analysis is inconsistencies, right, in statements, and also body language. We like to look at the facial expressions and that sort of thing. So, and yeah, guys, definitely drop each other's links in the chat, or if you have a wrench, drop your own link. But I thought it'd be nice to drop a link for a friend. The family and friends flooding statement was way odd. I agree, Adam. I Forever 21ing. So good to see you. Yes, and that's Bab says the same thing about the streets will be flooded again with family and friends. What the fuck? It was never flooded with any friends, nor was their home. And CP knows Sebastian isn't coming home. Right. Well, and I think we all got the feeling or the notion that the neighbors didn't hang out with or allow their kids to hang out over at the Proud Feet residence because, when they're in the yard, they are calling Sebastian, rude names, horrible names, really, because if they're going to do that, they need to go look in the mirror. And that's all I'm going to say. And we all know what the names were that were called. Because in my opinion, that's them, not Sebastian. First of all, let's just get that out there. If anybody's that word, it's them. SL, good to see you. They just have, privilege and the good old boy system backing them, in my opinion. Yeah, the Proud Feets needed to do interviews to convince the public of their innocence. Their stories evolved with defense and denial. I agree. And just some of the things, especially keep in mind, this is March 13th that Pat has put this video out. Her title says huge red flags in the interview with Sebastian Rogers' mom and stepdad, right? Hashtag statement analysis. Now, I'm not going to pretend, right, that I'm not a human, and that if somebody came up and did a video on me that was named that, right? I might watch it too. Okay. I mean, I would watch it. I might watch it. I'd watch it, right? Just to see what they're saying. And that's normal, right? I'm not saying that that in itself is criminal or a criminal behavior, but we do know that criminals do check up on themselves, and the fact that their story was evolving to suit the experts, so to speak, is a big red flag. And there's even more red flags that will be brought up too, because there's a part two to this that says, more red flags is the title. So Pat Brown really analyzed this very well. GA64 says, we are getting a storm right now. Hopefully it won't lose connection. Oh yeah, stay safe in the storms out there, guys. So thank you, Kiki. Thank you so much. Also, yes, our friend Pat Brown too. I did drop her link in the beginning just to be safe, because like I said, I didn't ask about using the content and stuff. So, hey, Holly S, good to see you. Good to see you. And if I didn't say hello to you guys coming in, I apologize. I saw everybody coming in. Let's see here. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and please, please, guys, could you drop the link for Sebastian's flyer, or National Center for Missing and Exploited Children? Just like pick a group, or something too, and just drop those links in the chat. Pretty, please.
Son, when he was 5 or 6, can't remember now exactly how old he was. My husband and I dropped one of our sons, my son at the time. I'll have to explain this in a minute. We dropped them off at the pastor's house for an overnight. And my husband and I never left our kids overnight before. And we left our daughter, who was 2 years older, at his my mother-in-law's house. So we could have this one overnight at the beach, And so we drove away. And I told my son when we drove away, if you're going to use a bicycle, do not be in the street. You have to stay in the yard. And my son was usually fairly obedient about these things. So we drove away comfortable, and we were over at the beach. And my husband, we stupidly forgot to leave our. We didn't. The cell phones didn't exist at that time, and so we didn't leave where we could be found at this bed and breakfast. But we were just thinking it was overnight, and I guess it just never occurred to us, whatever stupid reasons. And so somewhere about 10 o'clock at night, was it 10 o'clock at night? No, I kept trying to remember when it was. I don't remember. Maybe it was during the day. Actually, I remember daylight. So maybe it was early morning that my husband called his mother to check on our daughter because she had a little cold. And all of a sudden, he didn't come back very quickly. And I went to look for him. He was like sitting on the stairs, all hunched over, all freaked out. And I'm like, "What's wrong? Is our daughter sick? What's wrong?" And he's like, "No, it's our son." And I'm like, "What?" And I'm thinking right then, if he called his mother and word about our son, something happened to our son, how did she even know? Because the pastor didn't know his mother. It turned out that my son had a bicycle accident at the yard in the driveway. He didn't know how to use the brakes, and he put his foot down for a foot brake, and it was a hand brake, and he didn't stop, and he hit a little tree, and he flew off the bicycle, and he smashed into a sandbox which had been built the week before and ripped his whole face open. Went into a coma. They were going to medevac him out. He luckily woke up from the coma, went down to Children's Hospital. It was a mess. And so the pastor didn't know where we were, so they sent people to our house.
Oh my gosh, guys, could you imagine like going overnight to a bed and breakfast and, all of a sudden your little boy is outside playing and hurts himself on the bicycle and you forgot to leave your contact information? Oh my Lord. I mean, when I was listening to that the first time, I remember just like audibly gasping when she said that he was in a coma. It's like, oh my gosh. Thank you, Meow. Thank you, guys. Yeah, and I need to get a whole list of like links and stuff, and then just email them to you guys so you'd have them like handy and stuff. But sometimes it is hard. You got to search out for people and stuff like that. So thank you guys for being so kind and sharing each other's information. Hey, Andrea, you guys are the best. Okay, so let's listen on to her story. But I just cannot imagine like uh
I had renters. I let them in. They went through our Rolodex. They found my father's number. They found my mother-in-law's number. So everybody was called. My father ended up at the hospital, and it was a nightmare. And by the time we were on the road, which is a 3-hour trip back, I remember that trip back, and this is why I want to bring this up. My son, I did not know whether he was going to live or die. I did not know. That was the quietest 3 hours I've ever experienced. We had nothing to say to each other. We were stunned. We were frightened. We did not. There was no joking going on. We never turned to each other and said, "Well, when we get to the hospital, I'm sure he's going to be just laughing." We had no idea what was wrong with our son, whether he was, when we got to the hospital, whether we were going to be given the news that he had passed away. We didn't know. There was no funny in that. There was no humor in that. Luckily, we got to the hospital. He was alive. He was. And he came home eventually, after a while. He came home and he had to go back 2 weeks later they had to wait for the swelling to go down for surgery. You can see my son, Dave, on the left here. His eye socket was crushed and he couldn't talk because his jaw was actually stuck. And the reason I have this picture is because the social worker on the right showed up with our new son, Jeremy, who's in the middle. And when he showed up, I did make a joke. I said, "Well, look what we do to the kids in our house." That was a joke. But my son was alive at that point. Yes, his face was all messed up, but he was alive.
Oh my gosh, guys, that poor little guy's face. I just can't even imagine that. Poor little David, his face. Oh my God. And I could see myself. I agree with her. I wouldn't be joking at all on a 3-hour car ride to my son or my child. Um, no, I would not be joking, but after the fact, yeah, I probably would because that's just how I am. But yeah, I would probably be as silent as she is, if not crying and freaking out, and someone would have to tell me to be quiet. Calm down, stay calm, because it would just be awful, right? I just can't imagine what her and her husband were going through on that car ride. Um, and I don't agree with speeding or, really like to go faster or drive crazy or anything, but I'd probably say, put the pedal to the metal, right? Because um oh my God, I just can't imagine. Faye says, "Why are the parents of missing child going to the media? Isn't it for awareness to the public that their son was missing? These people rarely address to find Sebastian." Right. I agree with that. They're just telling us their story. Right. She's always saying, like, "I wouldn't wish this on anyone, not anyone." Feeling sorry for herself. And then sometimes, like, it almost sounds like, I'll hurt your child, if you talk about mine or something. Like, it's very vindictive. Katie is creepy as hell sometimes, so this little, this act that she put on for, a 29-year-old. That's why I was like, how old is Katie again? Because it's just weird, right? It's just odd behavior for a 36-year-old. So, Seclusion Work says, "I thought it was bad coming home from a date night to find kids had the Nerf war." Nerf wars are so fun. I know, right? Poor little guy, right, Kiki? Oh my gosh, his little face. I was like, poor guy. I guess he went sailing off that bike into like the corner of the sandbox, it sounds like. She said it had just been, done. So, oh my gosh. I mean, poor baby. Yes, Leslie keeping it real says, poor baby. I know they do. She does make me ill. Yeah, absolutely. Especially watching this stuff back and thinking about back then, um, the interviews they were doing, the interviews they already did, right? And these are kind of all in line with when they were doing the interviews. So, all right, we'll get back to Miss Pat Brown here.
I knew he was going to go for surgery. I knew that was going to be frightening. And during the surgery, I had no jokes either. I just held this little bear. I held this little bear, and I sat in the bathroom. I remember this. I sat in the bathroom stall because it was a 5-hour surgery, and I was so freaked. And I just sat there with the bear. There wasn't no joking. There's nothing to joke about. When your child is missing, that's not normal behavior. Sorry, it's not normal behavior. So that's a huge red flag to me. Your child is missing, maybe dead or in pain or whatever, because you don't know. And you have jokes to make and laughter, and you burst out laughing at the thought he'd even return home.
Exactly, guys, precisely. They were bursting out laughing and they couldn't contain themselves in the interview. 100 million%. And her face, Pat Brown's face right here, says everything. Everything. That is exactly how I feel when I hear their bullshit. Is Pat Brown's face right there. Right? She's just spot on. She is so spot on. It's like, oh, hell no. What was that again? Right? There are no jokes. It's not funny. Right? It's not funny at all. And they think it's cute. Right? They think it's really cute. And all this little fairy story about, oh, the streets are going to be flooded and he's going to have all these friends. Yeah, they say this to Holly Thompson, but then they turn around and tell everybody how they really feel about Sebastian when they get on one of their friends' podcasts and say how he likes to use the bathroom on himself, which nobody does, by the way. Nobody likes to do that. It's very uncomfortable. Only babies do that. Hey, Mark Klein, good to see you. Nobody acts like these two. Nobody. I mean, for real, it's like not one single, and not even the horrible people, not even the most horrible people act like these two. Maybe Don and Candace. Those two are pretty similar. Yeah, they partied. Sebastian left and party for them. Oh my goodness. And they want us to think that Sebastian walked off, but he didn't. And that's the thing. He just couldn't have. There's too many cameras around the neighborhood that would have at least, and there's too many motion sensor lights as well. There's that too. That whole neighborhood is full of fucking cameras and motion sensor lights because it is dark. They don't have street lights. So people aren't going to live in the dark, except for Chris and Katie. They made sure all the lights were off at their house. Everybody else has these big old bright ass lights coming from by their garage, motion sensor lights, extra lights, so they can see around the vehicles. Oh yeah. Hey, Brenda Sue. Brenda Sue says it made me sick when he was at another creator's house making fun of Seth. Yeah. He's a piece of shit. Only a piece of shit does that. When your kid's missing, that's ridiculous. That's the most despicable behavior. But that's how he's always felt. Right? He says, oh, everybody's bashing us. Oh, everybody's bashing us and bashing us. We're not going to come out and talk because everyone's bashing us. Do you see me putting a pillow in my shirt and pretending like I'm you with your big belly? Because you ain't got a small belly either, Mr. Proudfoot. You don't see me doing that to you, do you? No, but I do make fun of your stupidity when you open your dumbass mouth. Yeah, I'm going to do it then. Because you're the one saying it. You make it so easy. Like, it's not even hard to make fun of you, Mr. Pervy, Mr. Mama's boy. Come on, it's easy.
I have issues with that. Now, it doesn't make you guilty of anything. Maybe you're just weird-ass people. But that's not normal. It's absolutely not normal. All right, so that's the first big red flag I want to talk about. Let's talk about some other things in this story. What else they said? The other thing that stood out to me, well, not something they said, but the father the father, who is Seth Rogers, that's him. He's actually a police officer. He's a deputy. He also wasn't prominent in the early times when this child disappeared. And interestingly enough, also, normally if you have a good relationship with these two, and your son theoretically has actually left the house on his own accord, like they're claiming, he walked out of the house, you would think the three of them would be before the camera, the three of them together, because you want the community to know that you all believe that your son walked out of that house and you've got to find him. But Seth Rogers, his dad, is not hanging out with these two. As a matter of fact, he was not very public at all. And again, why wasn't he out there saying, find my son? He's walked away. He said, my son wouldn't walk away. I think he's been behind the scenes working like hell to find out what happened to his son. And I think he does mention his son he thinks might be deceased. Why does he say that? Because I think he's looking at these two as having something to do with it. He's a deputy. He understands how things work. And he also is very angry in one of his videos, and he says, he's mine, he's my son, he's mine. And I think he's talking to these two.
Guys, I couldn't agree more with her statements here, right? Because she's looking at it just from a criminal profiler's perspective, right? She's very well known. She's been on all kinds of different, shows, where she was the expert and they were asking her the questions, right? So very, very well known, very established, it's not the first time that she's ever taken a look at two people's behavior before, right? And she's just spot on with it. She's absolutely spot on with it. And it just, there's a lot to be said about that. She just says it's not normal. It's not the normal behaviors that she's looking to see or not see, right? But it's really about what she's not seeing here. And I agree, Mr. Proudfoot has little man syndrome. Absolute Napoleon complex, Oedipus complex. Like I said, he's a Freudian dream. Faye says, do you remember the prank calls when Seth was searching for Sebastian? I absolutely do, Faye. I absolutely do. Yep. Because I had no idea who like Kalu was until he ended up going on her show acting like Sling Blade. Right? And that really pissed me off too. Because again, I think they're the ones that have a stupidity link, not Sebastian. Right? And how dare they make fun of that? That was a really like sad story. If you ever watched that movie, that was a sad story about a little boy whose mom was getting abused by her boyfriend. And even a guy that had a speech impediment and maybe some kind of mental deficits could recognize that. But they want to sit there and make fun of other people when they look like they're the fucking Hills Have Eyes people. Are you kidding me? Hey, mosquito bite. Right, like Dylan Rounds. Yeah, wait, what says like Dylan Rounds' parents and Gabby Petito's parents stood together? Yeah, I just actually watched Brian Enton did an interview with Gabby Petito's mom and bonus mom. That's what she calls herself. But it's Gabby's, stepmom. And they're both lovely ladies. And they do stand together. And they said that that Joe and I always forget her stepdad's name. But they were out at the golf course golfing together, Yeah, they run the foundation, her foundation, they run the foundation. They have helpers, but they run it. So, yeah, they sure are. Yeah, Deborah's got that right. The Stinky Feet and Wellses are cut from the same cloth. As far as I know, CPS doesn't close a case unless the child is proven to be deceased. That's what I know about it. because that's what my understanding was in New Hampshire. Now, of course, that's state to state, but like with Little Harmony Montgomery, that's why Crystal Sorey had to go and have her, pronounced deceased in order for her to move forward with suing CPS. So that's my understanding too, Deborah. Faye says Linda Hall, that's the motive, in my opinion. Josh got him to admit it on Smiley's. You're so spot on. Yeah, and he was fighting back and forth with Josh on Smiley, and it's like, what a dick. Hey, Della, good to see you. All right, guys, let me go ahead and just play this a little bit more.
That whatever happened, he was my son. How dare you? So that's, I find interesting that his dad, his bio dad, is not in work. He's not all snuggly with these two. Why not?
No, he wanted to be, though. Remember the pact? Remember the pact that he wanted Seth to agree to, right? What if this goes south? He asked Seth, right? Don't do a GoFundMe, got mad at his sister for doing one. Yeah, because he wanted to have all the control over everything. And just because he lost control of everything, he was upset with Seth because he wanted them to be a united front, because he wasn't stupid in that regard. He knew that if they weren't a united front, then somebody's going to look at this, right, like a criminal profiler like Pat Brown, and say, wait a minute, something's not right. Hold on a second here. Wait, not so fast, right? And good for her. Thank you for that, Miss Pat Brown.
Because they should all be on the same page, and it doesn't seem so. So that's another big thing for me. All right, the next thing. How did he disappear out of the house? Mom says, now, stepdad, there's a lot of like very limited information. From what I can gather, and I may be wrong because I can't find much information, he was going away to work in Memphis, where apparently he would go down there and stay for quite a bit of time. I don't know if it was he goes stay for 2 weeks before he came back. They lived in Hendersonville, which is close to Nashville. You can see it's about a 3.5 hour trip. Now, I'm not saying I'm accurate on this, but he was not in town when he supposedly disappeared out of the house. From what I can gather, and it's very, very, very vague, it seemed like he was there the day before he disappeared. And it appears he left approximately, and again, I'm not sure, somewhere around 9 o'clock at night to drive to Memphis. And they chatted while he was going down to Memphis. So he was out of the house, and she was alone with her son. She said goodnight to him. He said, "Good night, love you, Mom, love the puppies." And then she dozed off and went to sleep. He's out of town now, supposedly driving to Memphis and in Memphis. At some point in the night, this child, who supposedly is happy, has no reason to walk out of the house, gets up in the dark and walks out of the house in bare feet, supposedly with a flashlight. She says when she goes to wake him up for school in the morning, he's just not there. Okay, let me stop there as far as the waking up in the morning and finding him not there. She says, "Oh, where is he?" And she tells a couple different stories, but that she thought maybe he was in the kitchen making some food, because he does that. She goes to the kitchen, he's not there. Within 3 minutes, she says, one of her stories, 3 minutes, she's like freaked out. And she calls him and says, "I can't find him. He's not in the house." I'm thinking 3 minutes. Okay. I go into my son's bedroom, and he's not in bed. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, did he already get up for school? First of all, I'm not panicked. Maybe he got up on his own. He's 15, for God's sakes. I would yell for him, "Hey, Sebastian." And I think he's in the bathroom. That would be the first pace. That would take me about 30, 40 seconds at least. Then I go down to the kitchen and go, "Sebastian?" Okay, that's another minute gone. Okay, and then, well, "Sebastian, where are you?" I go to, I don't know, the living room, the hallway, family room. I don't know how many places that got in the house. I'd be calling around for him all over the house. What the heck Sebastian, where are you? That's not going to take me 3 minutes.
All right, guys. So Pat Brown's like, hey, it's not going to take me 3 minutes. Now, I will say that they have a ranch house with a bonus room above the garage, right? So, everything else is on one level, and then you have an upstairs to go to. But it's not like it's the same, length of the house or anything like that. It's a bonus room above the garage, and all you would have to do is just, go up the stairs really quick. Sebastian hollering for him, right? Sebastian, where are you? Right. And, they did have the little door in the room, in the bonus room, that maybe he could have been hiding in. So that could have added a little bit of time. But I get what she's saying here, right? If you're looking around and you're yelling in the house, I mean, their house isn't a palace. I mean, it's not a big mansion. So if she's like, hey, Sebastian, he's going to holler back out, right? Unless she said that he hides behind and dips behind walls and stuff like that and jumps out and scares her. Okay, right? But she could still be like, hey, I'm not kidding around, buddy. Where are you? Right? If she's really getting worried and panicked. But if he's never walked out of the house before and it's typical for him to get up and make breakfast, then she should have looked in the kitchen. But the big kicker there was, and that she got called out about, was that she literally has to go through the kitchen to get to his bedroom in the morning. So she would have saw him in the kitchen. It's an open concept in their kitchen, right? Where it's like, if you walk past, you can see the entire kitchen. So, that doesn't work, right? And, and although I do not agree with the theory that Sebastian is being held somewhere till he's 18, I will say that a lot of the times, kids can be homeschooled, right? Kids can be sent away to places, right? They can be. So, I mean, it's, it's a small hope that I have. It's a small hope that I have. But if I'm looking at it logically and going over these interviews, I think we need to get serious about finding him. I think this is like, gone on long enough. And I really thought that they would have brought these two in and had them by now. I mean, all of these experts, Peter Hyatt, Pat Brown, all of these big experts that think that something's messed up here, right? Vinnie Politan, Nancy Grace, all of them think something's messed up, right? They just do. Hey, Sweetie, I don't care how much stupid camera footage that, SF peddles around. Big deal. I could go out with a drone too and get footage and sell it to one of the major news outlets. They'd love to have that shit. That's not what I do. Hey, Lana Lee, good to see you. I got it. I got all those interviews, Lana. I got all of them saved. Because, they like to take them down. And he told a lot of information in that one on March 17th. That one has a lot of information. Hey, Della. Della says for CP to try out for jail, he had to leave. Yeah, well, and I think that, more and more we're coming to the conclusion that it's very realistic that he was in the area. Yeah. Yeah, count in the time to check the garage, right? Very true, Babs, right? Check outside. Here's her words, 3 minutes flat, right? And like, what about all the closets and stuff? Like if he did like to hide and go into small spaces, but it's my understanding that Sebastian liked to go under his bed with a flashlight and read. Sometimes he'd play his video game under his bed, but he's not going to do that, especially if he didn't go to bed till after 10:30 at night. Right? If there was really a thud in the room and that was him and he was making noises and stuff after 10 o'clock at night or around 10 o'clock, he's probably still going to be sleeping in the morning, right? Because he was too busy messing around and get some sleep, is what I would think. I know he had trouble sleeping. I get that. Yeah, not this child. He's too famous now. I think so, Little Red. That's my thing, right? Like, who's willing to just keep a kid like that? Especially everybody knows. and people know that if we see someone that looks like Sebastian, we're going to find out about it. We're going to be circulating the photo around. We're going to be asking each other, do you think it's him? We're going to make videos about it. Yeah, I don't think they have him somewhere. I mean, it's a small hope. Lana says Katie really slipped in the first interview, and then Kay started watching an analysis and changed her wording after that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lana. And she did. She changed her story. And this is what Pat Brown goes through in this series, because we have another video from March 19th that Pat Brown put out. The March 17th interview with Duchess was 2 days before that, right? I don't know if she watched it, but we're going to see her reactions to some of the things in the story changing and the inconsistencies, Wait, what says, think of all the customers that Kay installed the security systems, not one person to give credit to her. I mean, exactly. She didn't have anybody coming out and talking at all, but I think there's more to that. Wait, what? Because Katie is very well connected through her mother-in-law. Very well connected through her mother-in-law. And I'll just say it again, very well connected through her mother-in-law. Very well connected. Why did Katie get rid of the van so quickly? I've been concerned about her quitting her job and van moving so quickly. I mean, I do think it's concerning, and it doesn't make any sense, at all. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Detroit Rock City. Yeah. Texas Roadhouse was loaded with family members. I think it was loaded. Well, I will just say I've been looking at some of those characters at the Texas Roadhouse more lately. And I did share a video from Hindsight also. So, but I was watching it on the replay. So all the videos, Lil Redo says, are not what happened. It took place in the house with the cleanup crew. Well, they did have a cleanup crew come in. Lil Red, they did. That's a good point. They had a cleanup crew come in. Right? And look, I think that Katie wanted us to see her on the video. Obviously, if it's only 10 minutes that she was at the bowling alley, then she was obviously trying to make appearances on camera. So she could say she was on camera. Right? But that shouldn't be good enough for the police officers. It makes no sense. And her friends. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Most definitely. But Kiki, those people are never going to come out, right? Because those people are well connected. And they don't want nothing to do with this. They don't even want Sebastian's flyers where they can see him at the Pig Fest. And I'm glad they denied the flyers, because I never would have thought about looking into Pigfest or the people who run it or the people who benefit from it until they did that. So good job on them for opening a can of worms, right, Kiki? I'm glad, because I never would have maybe I never would have looked at them before, but now I am. Faye says, in my opinion, the rest of the family fled when the landfill search started to avoid the searches at their properties, the Soxes and the guys I agree with that, but the police should have gotten warrants. At that point, you get a warrant. At that point, you bring the parents in for questioning and you don't let them leave, just like they did with Brittany Gosney. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. Now, I do think that perhaps Katie and Chris lawyered up very early on, and so the police said they were cooperating, but they still had a lawyer. They can't hold it against you for getting a lawyer, right? Or people changing their info. I mean, it's really a shit show. Adam Forever 21 says, I said that from the start. Yeah, it's so obvious. You know, it's so obvious. So, yeah, no one's allowed to talk about Katie's work van, no information whatsoever. And even Nancy Grace said, why not? Well, we were never given permission from her work. Well, did you ask for permission? No. Duh. He's so stupid. Chris Proudfoot is so dumb. Ava says, I think we should stand near the entrance of Pigfest with Sebastian signs decked out with green. Yeah, absolutely, Ava. Absolutely. That's the whole point, is for people to go there and wear something with Sebastian's missing flyer on it. Pin it with clothespins to your clothes if you can't afford to get a t-shirt. But also, Seth has t-shirts for people that are going. So you can do that as well, right? Like if you can't afford one, or if, you know, because I know right now it's tough. Christmas is coming up, all kinds of stuff. And I'm also going to do a little bit of fundraising too, just to make sure that I can, you know, get there and back safely, because I am going to be traveling alone to go there. But it's a straight shot. Like I just drive, boom, there, right? So I wish we could get a big party bus and show up like that. You know, that'd be fun. But yeah, Kiki says I've got to order a shirt. There's so many colors and so many options, and there's hoodies and a windbreaker as well. So yeah, Faye says moms quit their jobs to search. Katie quit to flee. She went to Chris, in my opinion. Yeah, she picked her husband over her son, in my opinion. He gave her the ultimatum, you know, and that was that. I know, Kiki, we would have a blast. Like, I so wish I knew somebody from Florida that wanted to carpool. Like, that would just be really fun. I don't really want to do it by myself, but I'll go live and stuff, you know, and bug you guys. I probably won't be able to read your comments. I'll probably be talking, and hopefully I don't start singing in the car. Oh gosh. But it should be an experience, you know. And I'll kind of get to know places. I want to have enough to, you know, stop over at the Texas Roadhouse and, you know, see the lay of the land for myself. I'm a very visual learner, and so I want to see it. Pigfest is the 23rd, 4th, 5th, right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So yeah, I know. I know it would be nice. It would be nice. But sometimes it's better to do, you know, just go alone though, because the thing is that what if somebody wanted to carpool with me and, like, you know, but they really wanted to just like unalive me? No, I'm just kidding, guys. All right, let's finish up with this huge red flags with Pat Brown.
Then she says eventually on one of the later interviews that she checked the closets. But sometimes she says she talked to him first and then she checked the closets. And then she checked outside. And she also doesn't say that originally. So it's supposedly after she talks to stepdad. Okay. So my kid, I can't find him in the house. I'd be looking in every place I could, but I certainly be opening up the door and going outside going, Sebastian. I'd be screaming his name around the house, thinking, what the heck? Did he go outside? Did he get in where is he? And I'd be running around the house like a lunatic, looking for my son. That takes me more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes from the time I see him in the bed to going, checking the bathrooms, the kitchen, wherever the heck, in different places in the house, closets, outside. That's not 3 minutes. It seems like he wasn't there. So I called him and said, he's not here. And then he says, you should check some more. She says she did. She calls the sheriff's department and says he's missing. That's a weird story right there. But then it gets weirder. The claim is they do not have any issue. They didn't think that somebody came into the house and took him, or somebody coaxed him out of the house. Nothing. They don't talk about any other reason for him leaving the house other than he decided to walk out of the house in the dark with bare feet because they say all the shoes are there, and a flashlight. Now, his dad, Seth Rogers, says he don't like being barefoot. He does not like being barefoot. Don't buy that story at all. Especially, if you're running off into the woods or something. Bare feet is not the best thing to, do. But then you think flashlight. Why does he need a flashlight? Because he's what? He's in this dark outside. He is going into the woods. He's wandering down the street. What the heck? How do you know the flashlight's missing? They never explain the flashlight issue. I don't know where the hell the flashlights are in my house. Half the time I can't figure out if I have a flashlight. And when my kids were growing up, never knew where they were. So, I mean, do they know the flashlight was missing because the flashlight always sits next to his bedstand? Or it's always on the kitchen counter? They don't explain this. Why would they know the flashlight's missing? Where was the flashlight to begin with? And so, okay. He goes out without shoes and he takes a flashlight. All right, let's go to my analysis. I don't know when the last time Sebastian was seen, but I can't come up with that information, but it seems like at least nobody saw him after dinner. In other words, he was at home with his stepdad and his mom. Those were the three that were in the home. As far as I can find out, there's no siblings. So the three of them are home alone. At some point, he gets in the vehicle and he starts driving off to Memphis. We don't know if Sebastian was alive before he left for Memphis or not. But I can tell you something. Usually when a child disappears with no shoes and a flashlight disappears as well, to me, it sounds like the child is being carried out of the house in the condition he's in, which is not having shoes on his feet, put in a vehicle. And the reason the flashlight is going with that child is because you're going to need the flashlight to take to when you stop, wherever you stop, and you're going to do whatever you're going to do, you need a flashlight. That's just my experience. So my problem is, let's take a look at the map. If that child did not walk out of the house on his own, I believe he's somewhere between Nashville and Memphis. That's a hell of a long, long journey. He could be anywhere, absolutely anywhere in that long, long drive. I can't say that he didn't walk out of that house on his own to go look in the woods, but nobody's found his body in the woods. The tracker dogs haven't found they haven't tracked him into the woods. I don't know if they've had cadaver dogs anyplace, but they should.
See, and they didn't have the cadaver dogs, guys, at all. They didn't have the cadaver dog. I mean, Katie said they did, but they didn't. They had the bloodhounds and they had like the little the healer dogs, like the little ones. And if I say it wrong, I think they're like the blue tick. But they had those kind of dogs out there. So yeah, just very interesting that, of course, again, and they're not searching for Sebastian in the woods. They said that he's out there barefoot, right? How far could he have really gotten barefoot? And then also they're not looking for him. So that's a big crock of crap right there.
I've had them. I strongly believe Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, does not believe his son is alive. And I believe he's looking at these two because of his behaviors and the way he talks. I think they don't believe Sebastian is alive, but not because they think something happened to him after he left the home. I see no indication that they think anybody else did anything to Sebastian, which is odd. And I don't think they think Sebastian's going to walk through that front door. That to them is ludicrous. So I don't think it's going to be a good ending. I'm not saying these two are guilty of anything. I'm just saying their behaviors are concerning. The way he supposedly disappeared with no shoes and a flashlight is concerning. So Yeah, that's what I think. And I hope I'm wrong. You know, I'm a profiler and I'm doing what I call red flag statement analysis. I hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping this kid, for whatever freaky reasons, did walk out of the house without shoes on his feet and with a flashlight and ended up at some friend's house and has been hiding in a basement. I'm good with being wrong. I love to be wrong because I'd rather have him be alive than me be right.
I feel exactly that way. That is exactly how I feel. I hope that I am not right in where I'm thinking. You know what I mean? And yeah, I hope I am wrong. Thank you, Seclusion, for being here. Thank you so much. And yeah, I agree. I agree with what you guys are saying too, in the chat. You know, there's a lot of corruption in Tennessee. Hey, couponing, what's up, Super Sleuth? Um, you know, and it's scary. I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's not kind of scary to think about like going there, right? I mean, because these people are nuts. Like they're absolutely knuckin' futs, right? So, oh my gosh, I don't know, Kiki. I found these 4 interviews, but I think she's got more about them. So I'd be really, you know, curious to see. I haven't looked past these 4 because I did try to watch them first and kind of figure out what kind of topics. And then also I was making the connections and I was going, okay, so March 13th, this is what Katie and Chris were doing. This is what Seth was doing. Okay, on March 19th, this is what Chris and Katie were doing. This is what Seth was doing. March 21st, right? Um, this is what Seth was doing. This is what Katie and Chris were doing. March 25th was the Nancy Grace interview, and Seth was on with Brian Enton on News Nation that aired that day. So I was going back, you know, over what all was going on uh, in that time frame. You know what I mean? So Daisy Duke says, in my opinion, that's why the case hasn't been solved. Cover up and corruption. I agree. I agree. And they don't and Little Red was spot on too. They do not use cadaver dogs for a runaway, right? Because they're searching for a live person. Cadaver dogs are for the purpose of finding someone who's deceased. Right? Well, that's why we got to put them to ourselves. Adam Forever 21 says, "Yeah, what the hell? No posters at Pigfest." Uh-huh. Yeah, so who's asking them why is that okay? Common law. Yeah, that's why, you know, and like I said, if we got to get the glitter and the poster boards out, I'm down. I am down. You know, if I have to make some signs, I will make signs. You you tape a flyer to a popsicle stick, put, you know, slap them 2 babies together back in front, and you start, you know, showing up. Maybe we'll need to get some flashlights. I don't know. He did not run away. No, he did not run away. Mm-mm. Yeah, and poor little Summer, she was broad daylight, right? She just disappeared, went into that weird little nook that Candace took, old Chris McDonough down. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't creepy or anything. When I saw that, guys, I literally said, "What the fuck?" Like, out loud, too. Like, I was like, what?" I can't imagine how Chris McDonough must have felt, and then you just look at Candace's face, and she's, like, going into the dungeon, you know, into the pit, you know, and she's just looking up at Chris McDonough like, "Come on, what," you know what I mean? Like, it's the definition of normal for some people is, again, it's beyond me or my understanding.
So anyway, those are my thoughts on this case. Again, if you're new to the channel, like and subscribe, and I will probably not talk about this case unless there's some breaking news on it, something that tells us actually what happened. I hope they find out one way or the other, because to bring closure to whomever needs the closure. So whomever does not know, like his bio dad, does not know what exactly happened to his son. Because I think these two indicate that they do know.
Damn.
So anyway, thank you very much for being here.
Damn. Thank you, Pat Brown. And she said, well, I'm probably not gonna, I'm not gonna continue on. I'm not gonna go and bash Chris and Katie, right? Because we all know how fragile they are, right? Chris's narcissistic ego can't handle, a profiler, right? Okay. So let's do that. And for everyone coming in, I just want to show you this background that I created because I think it's important that people see that the TBI is a bunch of little liars. We got a bunch of little liars. Hold on. There we go. Make me small. All right. There we go. Right? Because the TBI narrative versus reality, right? So in the top corner, we have the TBI stamped and approved. Happy Sebastian and Katie out to dinner at the Texas Roadhouse, chumming it up, best buds, sitting on the same side of the booth and everything. And then we have reality. We have the camera that doesn't lie, like the TBI, right? We have Katie scolding Sebastian, looking like a creep over her shoulder, and then she's telling Sebastian off, and then Sebastian's reduced to picking his fingers and biting on his fingers. And as someone who has that as one of my nervous habits, that's what I do when I'm nervous. That's why I usually keep fake nails on, so that way I don't bite them. Because it is something that I do when I'm nervous. Hey, Gabby, good to see you. And it's something that you don't even realize you're doing sometimes, Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. Welcome in, guys. Meow, meow, welcome in. All right, so we're going to go over the next interview with Pat Brown. And let's see, we have more red flags with Pat Brown. Let's see, let me share this bad boy. More red flags with Pat Brown. Here we go. This was on March 19th, 2024, right? And guys, Pat Brown has profiled all kinds of people, right? We got Maddie Soto. We got the Delphi guy, Richard Allen. All right. Okay, so remember, Pat said she wasn't going to do anymore. She's not going to, she's not trying to beat a dead horse here, right? But what she's trying to do is, put this out. Thank you so much, Kiki, for dropping the link for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So very important, guys. All right. But now she's felt compelled to do this, right? Because of Chris and Katie's bullshit. Look, there they are.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown. And I have been asked to analyze the next interview done by the mom and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, the missing child, who's now been missing 3 weeks, from Tennessee. And a lot of times I don't like to keep doing analyses of interview after interview after interview. I try to only do it when I see something really worthwhile doing. And this particular interview, I did watch quite a number of times. And yes, there are things that bother me again in this interview with the mom and stepfather. If you haven't seen my first interview, I'll link that below. It's called Red Flags. And this interview, I find more red flags in things that they say that are concerning. Now, let me say this. My analysis of what they're saying, it's a statement analysis. It doesn't mean I'm right. All right, let's just be honest about that. I can be wrong. I'd rather be wrong and Sebastian Rogers is alive and out there. They find him. These people have nothing to do with him going missing. Great. That's a good thing. I'll take the hit. But I've watched a lot of parents of missing children speak, and there are red flags that come up with this couple. Now, could the parents be weird, have strange ways of dealing with things? Yes, they could. And that, again, could mean they're not guilty of anything, but they just don't do well doing interviews.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in really quick and just, again, reiterate. She's not talking about Seth, right? In this woman's mind, she's seeing red flags with Chris and Katie and not with Seth. I just want to throw it out there. She's a criminal profiler, Pat Brown, right? More red flags in recent interview with mom and stepdad, Sebastian Rogers, right? Hashtag Sebastian Rogers.
And they have a strange way of saying things that make things concerning, shall we say. And I recommended these two. Maybe you need to stop doing these interviews because I don't believe they're helping in any particular way. Two of you ought to be out there looking for Sebastian, papering the neighborhood with all the flyers you can, talking to local businesses to get that information up. If the reporters want to talk to you while you're standing there and you just want to say, this is what we want to tell you about Sebastian, fine. But this second interview looks more like damage control, especially from the stepdad. It looks like damage control and not actually something to help find Sebastian. So what do I mean by I think it's damage control? All right. And what do I mean by more red flags? All right. Well, they did something which maybe they should have done in the earlier interviews, which is show pictures of Sebastian and talk about Sebastian a little bit more. They do this in this interview, and that part is good. All right. But what else do they do that bothers me? All right. The mom reiterates what happened that day. And some people say she doesn't look at the camera and she looks, she's just looking down all the time. She could be medicated, just to say. She could be exhausted. So I'm going to give her a break on that. So she goes through the day again, the day before he went missing and the morning that he supposedly went missing. And I have issues with many of the things she says. All right. As far as the moment she finds he's missing from the bedroom, supposedly at 6 o'clock in the morning, she's changed the story a wee bit on what she did when she found he wasn't in the room. Originally, it sounded like she panicked immediately. And now she's saying, he could be getting snacks. He could be hiding behind walls because he likes to pop out and say, boo. Okay, which one is it? You went into the room and you found he was gone and you freaked, or you just thought, where is he? I guess he's doing something else. And you wandered back through the house. Maybe he's making breakfast in the kitchen. Maybe he is getting snacks. Maybe he's in the bathroom. Maybe he could be doing a lot of things. And she says in 1 minute, she's racing through the house trying to find him as if she is in a panic. But I don't understand why you'd be in a panic that quickly over a 15-year-old. I don't, because he could be doing all kinds of things in the house. I would see he's not in the bedroom and I'd go and, see he's not in the kitchen. I'd say, Sebastian, I might call his name out. Sebastian, what you doing? Where are you? I might go over to the bathroom to see, knock, knock. Are you in the bathroom? Or you're not in the bathroom? Sebastian, where are you? I don't know how big their house is. So if there was a family room downstairs, I might say, Sebastian, yelling down the stairs. I don't see that she's doing the normal things before the panic. Now, after you look through the house, he doesn't.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in. I think that's a great point, right? And I never thought of something like this before either, where it was like, okay, because why would she automatically panic if she didn't know what was going on? So again, her story is very manufactured when someone dissects it and looks at it from a different perspective, right? And I mean, this is an expert here, Pat Brown. She's a profiler. So she's a criminal profiler. So she knows when people are just making up stories and she smells that they're making up a story. And again, she wasn't going to do a second video on Sebastian Rogers, but Chris and Katie kept talking.
Show up after 5 minutes, 6 minutes, then you start going, where the heck is he? At which point I would get a little bit nervous and I'd start looking everywhere. If he's got autism and has some weird habits like hiding and things like that, yes, I would look in closets and under beds and do that kind of thing, trying to find out where he is. She eventually says she opens up doors and yells out the doors and looks out the windows. I want to know, are you running around the house? Because I would be outside looking for him.
Yeah, I would also be outside looking for him, and I do remember Chris saying, "Oh, did you look on the other side of the bed for him?" Well, I think he meant saying underneath the bed because Sebastian did like to go under the bed sometimes. But again, I think it would be odd that he would be awake earlier than, Katie coming to wake him up for school. So, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong about that, but my best guess is that that was something he would do, at night or, during the day, not necessarily first thing when he wakes up. Yeah, they only had the flashlight missing, Laura. Exactly. The only time they mentioned the missing flashlight was after the 3 a.m. video was released, in my opinion, too. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because it's that is absolutely, in my opinion, true. They were absolutely watching all of these interviews of, excuse me, they were watching all of these experts profiling their interviews, right? And then they were changing what they were saying. And that to me should have been a big indicator to and a big red flag to law enforcement. Now, my thoughts on the polygraph test in the from the very beginning, I'll just say from the very beginning, Chris Proudfoot lied about the polygraph test, said pass, 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 blah, blah, blah. I think that they probably did give Katie a friendly polygraph test in the beginning. According to Chris, he said that 2 days in, she took one. Watching another interview with Seth, he said that she did take one to his knowledge, right? But the two of them were not given polygraph tests until Nancy Grace gave one to Seth, right? Because the TBI wasn't going to give a polygraph to Seth. So he took one with Nancy Grace. And then Chris Proudfoot was kind of in a pickle and he was, sort of obligated because he made a fool of himself. Again, they do this to themselves, but then they blame everybody else like the pieces of shit they are, you know? But I mean, look, he did this to himself. He said, "Name the time and place, ma'am," to Nancy Grace. So then you got Katie that took a polygraph test, Seth takes a polygraph test, and guys, they could lie to us about their results. And Chris has had no problem lying about the results or the fact that he took one. So in my opinion, I think even if they did give him a polygraph, it was a friendly one. It was nothing like the one that Seth had to endure, and it was nothing like the ones that we witnessed in the Brittany Gosney case. We witnessed her get a whole polygraph, a big explanation from the guy. He was very nice to her because he realized that she was not aware of her rights, and I think that he over explained it to her because he probably felt bad. But because I mean, at that point, she was basically very trusting of law enforcement, even though they told her, that she needs, that she has the right to have an attorney present during questioning, and she never exercised that right.
Is he outside somewhere? I would be checking the vehicles. Now, I don't know if they have a garage or a vehicle in the garage or a vehicle outside. I'd go to see if he's in the vehicle for some reason. Maybe he was getting some papers out of the vehicle. Maybe he did some weird thing. He's hiding in a vehicle. I'd check behind bushes. Depending on how the yard is, I'd be looking all around the yard and in the vehicles and in the garage at any place that he could be. I'd be panicking about that point. But I wouldn't panic right away because he could be anywhere in the house doing something. It would take me quite a few minutes before I'd panic for a 15-year-old. Now, if the child were 1 year old, it would be a different matter. But 15?
Because there are 5 a.m. flights in your area, there are drivers in your area. Welcome to Visible, the ultimate wireless hack.
I'd be looking around, just yelling his name. "Where are you, Sebastian?" And then after I couldn't find him and he didn't show up, I'd start getting worried. Now, after she couldn't find him in the house, couldn't find him outside the house, he's not around. I get that she would call her husband and say, "I can't find him. I can't find Sebastian anywhere." Then something else weird happens. They call the police. Why aren't they calling Sebastian's dad? I mean, his biological dad who lives nearby. Why aren't they calling him? Because Sebastian spends supposedly every other weekend with the dad. And is supposedly, I've heard this, maybe going to live with him in the future.
Hello. Great question. Great point, Pat Brown. Right? Why didn't Katie call Seth? First thing. Why is she calling Chris, who hasn't been home all month and their marriage is on the rocks? Why is she calling him first? Right? If he's not even coming home on the weekends when, Sebastian isn't there, he hadn't been home all month, he said. But Sebastian didn't have any difference in scheduling for the parenting plan or anything like that at all, right? He was still going to Seth's every other weekend. So why wasn't, Chris wasn't even coming home at that point. According to him, he hadn't been home all month of the February. Left in the beginning, right? Didn't come home, according to him. So again, it doesn't add up. It's not working. It doesn't make any sense. 96% missing children cases are someone they know or parents look online at the ratios. Right. Right. And it is statistic, those are the statistics behind it, right? Sometimes you have a parent abduction. And again, guys, we still haven't had solid confirmation about Travis Decker, but they found, the same tobacco that he chews, along with some clothing items that match what he was wearing. So, no, I haven't watched it yet, Sandwich, but I will. I will. I have not had a chance to. Yeah, Laura Arnold says Lady Freedom spot on. The first one to call would and should have been Seth. Yeah, I would have. Absolutely, because I would think, oh my gosh, did she go over to her dad's, That's what I would think of my daughter, of my daughter, right? I mean, you think of their friends first, but look, Sebastian was new to the neighborhood and he didn't have any friends, poor kid. So maybe I might think about friends in his old neighborhood, but he didn't have any friends in his old neighborhood. If he had friends at Seth's house, that's another good friggin' reason to call Seth first, right? Because Seth said he did play Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering with other people. You get together and play those card games. So Sebastian had friends when he was at his dad's house. Again, why not call his dad first thing? It's all a big manufactured lie and story. It's so freaking obvious. It's so obvious. And then they want to tell us, that it's a trash truck in the neighborhood or these lights were from a car up the hill. Bullshit.
It's his son. Wouldn't you be calling up dad and saying, hey, I can't find Sebastian. Did he call you? Did he come over to your house? I mean, do you think did you come by? I mean, she never calls or says she called the biological father, which to me is the first thing I would do when that kid went missing. I might call my husband, yeah, because he's my husband, but I would call the biological dad just like that. And he's also works for the sheriff's department. So, hey, so it's two birds with one stone. That wasn't done. So that whole morning is questionable to me. Now let's go back earlier in the day. She goes through the things that happened during the day. And the one thing we do not have that I can't find out, I've looked at the website, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation website, which the stepdad says we should go to because that gives us all the information. It does not. I do not know the exact last time that Sebastian was seen by someone or by video other than his parents, the mom and the stepdad. The exact time. Because from that moment on, that's when everybody needs an alibi. Now, stepdad says something weird. He says, we've all been vetted, which is fine. But then he says, we've been cleared. I see no evidence out there that the police have said that these two have been cleared. Cleared is different than being vetted.
I agree here. And I just want to pop in and say it really makes me sick at my stomach when I think of the fact that, Katie could have, had Sebastian call Seth or something before his shift if she knew that she was going to do something, or send send Sebastian somewhere to a school or something like that, but she doesn't even have a heart to do any of that. She is a cold, calculated person, in my opinion. Cold and calculated.
Being vetted is what you do. The detectives are going to do this. They're going to check everybody that has any connection to Sebastian to see where they were, what they were doing, the neighbors, anybody Sebastian knows, everyone.
Yeah, everyone. That's right. Anyone who came into contact with Sebastian or who was waiting for him and Katie to exit the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, like those people, right? Right. But law enforcement, they wait until what, December to interview the green hoodie? Oh, she's cleared right away. They locate her and clear her. What a crock of shit.
They'll vet everyone they can. And especially for the mom and stepdad who the child lives with and the bio father, they're going to ask them for their phones and everything. Where were you? Where are your phones? Blah, blah, blah. They're going to look at them. They have to. That's what their job is. Everybody is a person of interest until you can exclude them, until you can clear them 100%. There's no information out there that they have been cleared 100%. So I don't know why stepdad is saying that. That concerns me. How do you get cleared, by the way? How does that actually happen? That happens that from the last time that child was seen by someone outside the family or on video, from that moment on until he supposedly disappeared, that's when you have to have an alibi. So I don't actually know when the last time Sebastian was seen outside of the family home.
Right. And who has the alibi? So now we have this information now, guys, that we didn't have then. So this is a video from March 19th, 2024, where Pat Brown does a second video. The first one called Huge Red Flags with the feet, right? Second one, More Red Flags with the feet. This is the second one right here, March 19th. Now we know that the last time anyone saw Sebastian was on camera at the Texas Roadhouse. The last person to have an interaction with Sebastian was Green Hoodie at the Texas Roadhouse. And right before that was a Yellow Jacket guy. Make sense? Bueller, Carter, Craddock. Back to Pat Brown.
She does say they were out doing all kinds of things during the day, and then they came home and they had dinner. So I'm going to say from dinner time on, it seems like nobody saw Sebastian except for the mom and perhaps the stepdad, which is another huge mystery because the stepdad, I can't seem to get solid information as where the heck he was. Now, I know he goes out of town and stays out of town for sometimes a week or two at a time, and he was supposedly in Memphis, but when? Originally, I was under the impression that he was with them that day. And he even looks over during this interview about picking up a niece as if he were there. And then it seemed to me, from what I heard before, that he left for work, perhaps around 9 o'clock that evening. Somewhere in the evening, he left for work and then drove down to Memphis. But I don't have that information. And they are so vague, which is odd to me. They're super vague about that, because it would seem to me if he was down in Memphis and could not have been around to do anything to that child or to help move that child in any way, in that case, I would be shouting to the hills, and I'd have her shouting to the hills that stepdad, Chris Proudfoot, was in Memphis he was down there all week long and had not returned to the family home until.
Treating clients like family starts off with empathy. They're injured. They're hurt. They're having trouble with their mortgage. They're having trouble making rent, getting food on the table. We are there to make sure that their worries become our worry.
He was called and told that Sebastian was missing, at which point he drove home. I do not see that information. And when she talks about the day, she is very vague on the we. So I don't know why she would not be saying, if she was home just with Sebastian, he's out of town. I don't know why she would not be saying, well, my husband, Chris was out of town working in Memphis. He hadn't been home for the last week. So Sebastian and I got up that morning. I made him breakfast. We went out and did these things during the day. We came home, we had dinner. Sebastian and I had dinner together. And then I told Sebastian to go to bed at 9 o'clock. But she uses this very vague we, as if he's actually maybe in the home during most of this time. And going with them. I can't figure it out because it's so vague. If you all know that, a link, let me know. And interesting enough, one of the weird things that Chris Proudfoot keeps saying is, she says, I don't look at the internet. I'm done with that. Good. She should be done with it. She shouldn't be wasting her time carrying what I say or any other person says who's on the internet. But Chris Proudfoot says he's all over the internet, watching. Why? Your stepchild is missing. What do you give a crap what I think or what anybody else thinks? Only person that matters as to what you think, what they think about you, will be the bio dad, your wife, the police, and maybe people in the community who you want help from. It doesn't matter what I say or what any channel says. And you're there paying attention, and even says, you can contact me and I'll answer your questions. Contact you where? He doesn't tell you where you're supposed to contact him at. And why would he want to answer random people's questions anyway? Who gives a crap what random people say? Chris, what does it matter? But okay, I'll throw out one question. Where were you the day before Sebastian went missing? Where were you? Were you at home for breakfast? Did you go out to these different places during the day? Or did your wife go out with Sebastian? You stayed in the house? Were you there for dinner? Were you there in the evening when Sebastian was then supposedly told to go to bed and then you drove away? Where were you?
Pat Brown's so funny. She says, where were you? That was our question, right? Bridget Gross says, didn't Nancy Grace catch them in a lie at the beginning of the interview about him sleeping with Katie that night? He said yes. Katie then said he was out of town. Right. I know what you're talking about. And she does make sure she specifies, no, Chris was out of town, blah, 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 right? She does. But he did shake his head affirmatively, if I can remember correctly. He has said a lot of things, like we would have all woke up, if Sebastian went out the window, because he would have screamed and we would have all woke up, right? Or everybody would have heard him, right? So whether there was other people in the house or he definitely told on himself several times in that regard. He also went flying up onto Elevated Goof's panel and was like, don't talk about my truck, don't talk about my mama, all of that when they were talking about geofencing and his truck being in the geofenced data, right? Hey, Kylie's Nail Candy, good to see you. So yeah, it's just the whole thing is sketchy at best, right? And also Nancy Grace was asking about whether they sleep in the same bed, right? And I don't know if she was asking that because there was a time where Chris was talking to Terry Lynn in the middle of the night and saying we should have done this in person. We should have done this in person. And, like just being a complete creep. And, she was like, egging him on a bit, in my opinion. But either way, he was saying that Katie was asleep, and then he was saying he was laying down talking to Terry Lynn. So I think that might have been too why Nancy Grace was asking, do you guys sleep in the same bed? Because it's weird that you were talking to a YouTuber in the middle of the night, and your wife's asleep, blah, 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 blah. But then you said you were laying down, that sort of thing. Another place that Katie and Chris told on themselves and told on each other was when Katie was on Queen Bee. right? And she was up there on her panel with Clue and a bunch of people. And it was May 23rd, 2024, right? That she spoke publicly there. Before the year anniversary, she did come out and speak then, right? But up until that point, then, she went pretty silent until the year mark, right? And this is the actual photo from the Texas Roadhouse, not the one that the TBI wanted to push off as the family happy hunky dory photo. And then I also want to point out that I think that was the reason why Katie and Sebastian were sitting on the same side of the table, was because of Chris being on the other side, right? He was sitting on the other side of the table in that photo when it was just Katie and Sebastian. They were kind of sitting on either side of each other. Hey, Joe. And so CP looks good. But he looks like such a jerk. He looks like, I don't know. Oh God, that man. I don't know. He's a trigger. Beetlejuice. Yeah, Seth lives in Clarksville. Yep, he sure does. He's not trying to move away. He's kept Sebastian's room the same, So there's that.
That's the one question you don't seem to want to put out there. And I would think if I were out of town, I'd be shouting that to the hills just to make sure that people did not think I was involved in any way, shape, or form. So if there's not proof that you were 100% out of town and never, ever returned from Memphis until that morning that you were told that Sebastian was missing, you do not have an alibi and you are not cleared. And neither is your wife. So I look back at that evening and I say, okay, if Chris was home, if he really was home and left at some point, then I find something rather interesting to me. They seem to be perfectly excited about people turning in videos. They weren't worried about the lights in the back, the lights in the yard. He says, oh, that's meaningless. And I think that may be true. I went to the website and the TBI website. It did seem to say that they weren't overly impressed with the lights that maybe weren't even related to their backyard. However, they don't seem to be terribly worried about the movements that morning. So my question is this: either they have nothing to do with it. In other words, if their vehicles aren't seen running around, if mom's vehicle isn't like coming out of the driveway at 3 o'clock in the morning, going somewhere and coming back, I don't know if they have any video that's and any kind of CCTV in that area which would catch their vehicles. But where I don't know. I just don't know what the video situation is.
Guys, and the video situation has been lied about too. I always wondered if they were looking for cameras at the landfill. And I do have something, interesting to show you guys again tomorrow in the show that I've been working on. I was also working on it today. But yeah, and I don't know. I would if Katie wanted to get in it, but I don't know if she's a boxer or what, but if she got in the boxing ring with me, I would just kind of dance around her until she got tired. Because she's big now, guys. That girl, she's out of shape. Like a mother, right? She don't work out anymore. I'd tire her out.
As far as coverage for proving that the two of them did not leave the home and put a child in their vehicle and drive the child away. I don't know what they have for that. But here's why I wonder if it doesn't matter. If stepdad was home that evening and he was going then to work as he regularly would, drive down to Memphis, maybe leave at 9 o'clock at night, drive down to Memphis, get him stay wherever he's staying. Who is to say that Sebastian was alive at 9 o'clock at night if he left the house at that time? She's saying that they had dinner together. So as far as I know, the last known that Sebastian was alive and well I don't even know when that exactly was. Late afternoon, early evening, I don't know. But at some point, they were alone in the house.
You don't have to make fake content to pay for your trip. Just use Kayak. They search.
If something happened to Sebastian at 8 o'clock at night.
I'll rewind it a little bit, you guys. I make feet content almost every single night talking about the proud feet. I just wanted to throw that one out there. That's a good commercial.
Afternoon, early evening, I don't know. But at some point, they were alone in the house. If something happened to Sebastian at 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, whatever, she's been saying he went to bed at 9. But that's, if he went to work at 9, it doesn't mean that he couldn't have left with Sebastian in his vehicle. And then she claims, after he's already driven off to Memphis, she claims in the interviews, I told him to go to bed at 9, meaning he was alive at 9 o'clock. And now she's added something in this interview, which I find interesting. She didn't say it before. She says she heard noise in his room at 10 o'clock. She said, well, stop doing that. Get, stop doing whatever you're doing. Go to sleep. So now she's trying to indicate that he's alive at 10 o'clock at night. Is that again because she wants to make sure everybody thinks he was alive somewhere at that point in time at night, in the evening, in the later evening? She wants people to believe he's alive, because if he left the house, if he drove away at 8 or 9 o'clock or 9:30 or whenever, she would want to make sure everybody thought he drove away, and then Sebastian was still alive. But what do I know? He does not seem to want to say where he was. And I don't think the police have made it clear that he was not in town that day and evening before Sebastian was known to be missing. I don't understand the silence on that. And that doesn't make you look good. And so this is the kind of things that if you're going to do interviews, you either want to focus just on the kid and not tell stories that you keep changing, and not have information that isn't there that people are suspicious about because you don't want to talk about it for some reason, which makes a little sense unless something is not quite right. And to say you're cleared when the police have not said you're cleared, to say that you're concerned about what people are saying about you on the internet and you're spending time doing that, is not a very good look either. And you wonder why you care. So these are the red flags for me that have popped up in this particular this interview. Her changing story about the morning that she went to find him, and the fact that she's so quickly upset rather than looking around for the child, who she now says hides behind things and gets snacks and does all kinds of stuff in the morning. So why wouldn't he be somewhere else in the house? Why would, in 60 seconds, would you freak out? So her story is strange. We don't know the exact last time Sebastian was absolutely seen. I haven't seen that exact number. I don't know where the stepfather was that day or evening. And I don't know whether it's possible that the child left in the stepfather's vehicle that evening. And that's why once he's out of town, nothing matters after that. What people's videos show, what lights are rolling around, nothing matters after that, because the child is not in the child was already taken away. I'm not saying these things happened, but I'm saying this is what the interview makes it look like to a profiler. And I would think to a detective. Detectives watch these interviews as well. So you're not doing yourselves a lot of good. If you're innocent people, stop doing interviews like this, because you're not clearing things up. You're making things look worse. I say again, the other thing that I just put back in there bothers me is that she didn't call the biological father, didn't call Sebastian's father when she couldn't find him. You would think she'd call right away and say, hey, is he at your house? Did he call you? Do you know anything's going on? And she didn't do that. That says something to me. So those are all the things that bugged me in this new interview. I'll stop there. Whether I'll speak on this case again, I don't know. It again depends on what they find out. It's been 3 weeks now. Sebastian's been missing. Chances of him being alive are not good.
Aw, that's so sad to hear that, you guys, from her. I mean, and I appreciate her um honesty, right? Um, but of course, I know a lot of us are very invested in the case. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Hey, Lolly, thanks for being here, Lolly. I really appreciate you being here. And TJ, good to see you guys. I said hello to Joe. Let's see. And everybody else coming in, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Blessed, blessed Huckleberry. Hashtag Huckleberry. But yeah, I'm reading in the chat, and I'm sorry if I'm a little bit behind even. SF struck Aiden over at Lore Lodge for what exactly? Because what, he played some of his drone footage, his shitty drone footage? Aw, thank you, TJ. I appreciate you so much. I can't believe that. Yeah, what, like, if you copyright strike someone 3 times in a row, they have a chance of, well, you can lose your channel. I mean, you can appeal it, but it's very difficult. Hey, Bo, and it really just, it causes people bullshit is what it does, and it messes with their livelihood if that's their only channel, you know? Holly S says he reported him to YouTube for playing his video or something, maybe about a month. SF was talking smack about Aiden on X. He's a dick. Wow. Fish stick lips struck mob crew for playing the drone footage. Right. That's why I was saying that, TJ. Yeah, no, absolutely did. Yes. Yep. Thank you. Because what is that? So what? They played your crappy drone footage. I could do the same thing, and I'm horrible with the camera. I can fly a stupid ass drone in the air. Ooh, look at me. I can get someone above someone's house. Heaven forbid anybody did that to Chris Proudfoot, right? And that was my beef with Nancy Grace, but I never heard back from her. But I did. I added her at this. I said, how can you have this person on your panel all the time asking him about polygraphs and parents and no body cases? Look at Sebastian Rogers. He was paid $15,000 to not talk about Sebastian Rogers, in my opinion. He's a wussy. He's a wussy and a hussy, Gabby. He really is, in my opinion. Because he hates all of us that talk about Sebastian. He doesn't have any other reason to hate us. That's the problem. He has no other reason to hate us besides the fact that we talk about Sebastian. So he also got paid $15,000 to harass anybody that talks about Sebastian. I think we should all get together and file a lawsuit against him. How's that? Maybe he'll stop picking on people. And it's free speech. It's free speech. It's for educational purposes. And if you're taking drone footage in big cases and selling it to other outlets, then why can't everybody use it? What, you're that big of a dickhead? It's fair use, right? Kind of reminds me of a low down, dirty person on here who struck my channel because they asked me to make a tribute video for their daughter who passed away. And she struck my channel for using the pictures that she gave me. Low down, dirty, dirty shit. No more free speech, Joe. Joe. That's the worst thing ever. We should all be able to critique each other, even if, people have critiqued me and not said the nicest things. But did I go strike their channel? No, I didn't. The only time I did anything was when those creeps started stalking me and coming to where I live. That's the only time I did anything. Because other than that, I don't care if they review me or they say, oh, look at Lady Freedom, she's stupid. Or they stop me in, mid-sentence like I've done to Pat. Poor Pat, I've probably done that to her before, stopping at some place and it's not the best, most flattering stopping point, right? But He did so great for Sebastian. Holly asked, when I first saw Aiden's first video about Sebastian Rogers, I was so validated. So validated. Like, yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, thank God, somebody's just putting it out there just how he did. And he did really good research. He's very intelligent, and I do get professor vibes from him, Joe. He's very confident young man. He seems like an old soul to me. When I look at Aiden, I see an old soul. Same thing with his partner. They're very good together. Both of them are Aiden. Lady Freedom, have you ever thought that was a setup? I mean, possibly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've thought about it, you know? Yeah, and see, that's disgusting. I heard the same thing. In my opinion, he's a creepy dude. She's seen some of the pictures that he's taken because he's a photographer, and sometimes they're younger girls. He takes his shirt off to take the pictures with them. Oh, I didn't hear that part. Oh, God. Could you imagine? Like, I don't know. We were making fun of him in the chat the one day. Um, because because of the way he looks, we're like, he probably smells like cigarettes, coffee, and cheap cologne or something like that, and you guys had me rolling. I was laughing so hard I started snorting, and I was so embarrassed, but it was so damn funny. I was rolling. You guys had me laughing so hard. Because, when I look at him and you guys just look at this guy. Like, could you imagine being a young lady that wants to be a model, but, you know, and this guy is taking your photo and he takes his shirt off. Look at his boobs. You can see his boobs right through his shirt. Friggin' ape. My lord. All right. I'm not going to say anything else because what you talking about, Willis? Joe, Joe, you ladies think he's a cutie patootie. No, I do not, Joe. Oh my lord. He's so creepy. All right. This one, he is so creepy. Oh, I wish I had the photo of him with the money. Oh, I think I do. I'd have to take it down. I'd have to take Pat down to show it. He is so nasty. This is a cutie patootie face to you, Joe? No. I don't think Steve Fisher's anyone's type. That's why he has to do what he does, you know? Ugh. God, he's nasty. Just how is this? SF is so damn ugly. I just puked. He's fugly. He's fugly. And that's just, it's fucking ugly, It's just merged together, but that's what it is. He's a self-proclaimed stud that wears Stetson for men. Everyone's puking in the chat, and Joe tells us, "Oh, we think, we think." Well, yeah, I'm sure the girls are hot, Joe. I'm sure the girls are hot. I'm sure that's the point. Like these girls don't want to be involved in that nastiness. They think. I mean, look. How would you like someone staring at you with a camera and they're looking like this? That is scary. That is so scary. You know, and that's a fair use photo. That's my creation right there. I put words on it. I probably lightened some of the filters up a bit. But Steve Fisher, all I did is cut him out. That's all him right there. That creepiness is brought to you by Stetson for Men, right? Giggity Joe. Joe, behave. Sarah Hops. Yeah, exactly. He is. He looks like he does look like that. He does look like that, Carla. He does. You know, right? Right? And maybe I'll go strike him for using my video that he outlined the feet in Dr. Scholl's. because I think he did use my video for that when I was, back then when I was battling him with Nancy Grace bull crap, right? So maybe I'll just, take this picture that he outlined into a foot, right? And did the Dr. Scholl's bit with that. Maybe I'll just go strike him for that, since he wants to go striking little kids, right? Because that's what Aiden's like my daughter's age, guys. Come on. What a jerk. This is a jerk right here, you know? Gosh. But TJ, brought to you by Brute. That's even better. Brute and like regret. Oh my god. he looks like Coffee Crime and Cat says he looks like a really bad decision. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Don't do that to Stetson Lolly. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry guys. I know these I'll never get a sponsor because of this. They're like, no way. She's just gonna tell someone we smell like our product smells like Steve Fisher's butt. Golly. Oh, help us all. No, he's not in search and rescue. He just flies the drones, Faye. He literally flies drones. He takes the drone footage of whoever's house is in question or, whoever people want to know about more. Like, for instance, with the Harrows, right? Little baby Emmanuel's momster and I don't even know, popster. But yeah. And then he sells it to and then I don't know, maybe he doesn't accept money for it, or maybe he accepts half the money and says, "Oh, can I come up on your panel?" That's in my opinion. That's what I think happens. And then, and then they're like, "Yeah, we want the drone footage, for our show. So I guess we will have you on the panel, you freaking degenerate." But they can't even have enough guts to ask about Sebastian Rogers while he's up there. And Nancy Grace is well aware. That's what made me mad with her. I mean, I still love Nancy Grace, but I'm not happy with her. She's on my shit list next to Kash Patel, who never, DM'd me back. But, it's not like I hate them or anything. I still like them. I'm a little pissed with that. He's the type of guy, if you're totally drunk and you went home with him, you wake up in bed and you want to gnaw your arm off to get out of there. Tiptoeing away. Oh my God, what have I done? That's when you stop drinking altogether, TJ. That'd sober anybody up. Like, I am never going out for Martini Tuesday ever again. Oh my gosh. Seclusion Work says somewhere a museum is scratching its head. Who would steal the game? Oh gosh, caveman statue. Oh Lord, good job, Seclusion. That's funny. Oh my gosh, you guys got me cracking up. He's got the fake penthouse in the back sandwich. He acts like he's balling or something. Like, oh hey ladies, you want me to take your picture? Ew. Oh, that's what it is too, TJ. Brutal. Oh gosh. Not enough alcohol on the planet, Andrea. Goodness sake. Well, he is friends with, someone who, got in big trouble and served time for selling them, grape drugs, right? He's a real winner right there. All right, let's get back to this lovely lady, Pat Brown. Oh, Lord, you guys.
Why? Because he doesn't have any money. He doesn't have the ability to survive on his own. So if he really did run off, he either did come to some bad end very quickly, like, somehow fall into some water somewhere and drown. And he's been dead since day one. It's just not able to be found because they just haven't looked in the right place yet. That would be, nobody's guilty of anything. The child just did some strange thing that you wouldn't expect, or at least they didn't expect he would do. And he's not with us anymore. Or if he went to meet somebody, who is this person that he's meeting? Apparently not one of the other children in school. So it would have to be an adult of some sort who's harboring him. And they never ask for him to be, that's the other thing. They never say, you know, they keep saying, come home or we'll find you, but they never say, if you have my son, let him go. Drop him at a gas station, let him go. They never offered a reward. It's weird. They're also not sitting down with the bio father, because to me, it's a strong front. If all three of you trust each other and you think the child really did walk off, all three of you should be sitting there together, and you're not. So either you think the bio dad took the child, or the bio dad thinks you did something to the child. So, but you're not asking for him to be returned. You're not asking for somebody, if you have our son, let him go. You're not saying that. So, and that's weird, because that's, if he went with somebody either has him or has killed him. It's the two choices. Where else is he going to be? It's very frustrating. So anyway, yeah, I'll stop now. But yeah, anyway, we'll talk about this again if there's something to say. If you're new to the channel, please do like and subscribe. Check my playlist for other cases as well. And yes, I will put the first interview in the link below. And I'll put the link to this interview as well, so that you can see what I'm talking about in case you haven't run into this particular interview. So thank you for being here. And yes, I do hope Sebastian is alive, and I hope that, you always hope that. Yeah, there's no other way to say it. You always hope that. And I say, as a profiler, this is an educational channel. I'm trying to show you how a profiler would think, how a detective would think. This is not a news channel or a gossip channel. I'm trying to explain how one analyzes crime. But one can be wrong, and it's okay if I'm wrong. I say it would be a better thing. It would be a better thing, not for teaching education, but for the sake of a young child who had his whole life ahead of him, or has his whole life ahead of him.
Okay, guys, so I just want to pop in here and just say what Pat just said there really speaks to me. Like, okay, look, I'm a profiler. I do this not for like entertainment or, because I like true crime, because I like to talk about true crime cases. She says, I'm really trying to investigate this case, and this is what I think. And for her to say that, I think is a very strong statement, and something not to be taken lightly. Right. And yes, Peter Hyatt even talks about Pat Brown, and Pat Brown talks about Peter Hyatt. They are colleagues, right? And Joe, she is an older lady, yeah, but she's a wealth of knowledge, and I think she truly cares, because again, her first video was March 13th, 2024, called Huge Red Flags, right? And then we have the next one, which she said, I'm not, at the end of that video, she says, I'm not going to talk about Sebastian again unless there's an update or something comes up. Well, on March 19th, she has this video and titles it More Red Flags, right? With the parents interview. And she's not talking about Seth, right? She's talking about Chris and Katie. And I just want to put that out there, because again, she doesn't have a dog in the fight, so to speak. She's not here to say, oh, I can't wait to get out here, and talk about the proud feet. But she also stresses that, she's looking at this case as an expert and giving her opinions, and she's hoping that she's wrong, and that for her educational purposes, she says that she's doing this for educational purposes on her channel. And she said that if she was wrong, it wouldn't be good for education. But what she's getting at is there's tried and true patterns and things to look for when you're profiling or investigating a person, right? And all of her red flags are going off, right? Huge red flags, more red flags, right? And then now she's going to do another video, right? March 21st, 2024. Let me get it up on the screen for you guys. Before that, I just want to change my background and show you guys something that I made tonight and that I think is very important for us all to see. So, because it's going to be, my thumbnail for tomorrow, but I also wanted to make sure, hold on, let me get my big head. Why did they do that? Stay the way I had you. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so circled is the TBI's narrative, right? Stamped by the TBI, happy Sebastian and Katie. Katie looks gorgeous, right? And Sebastian looks adorable as he always does. Big old smile, how we like to see Sebastian, right? So, but then we see what reality is. We see Katie at the table with her hand out and up at Sebastian. Why? Right? Usually when we do that and we look directly at somebody, we're asking them why. And look at Sebastian. Look at his hands in his lap, guys. I bet you he was picking at his nails. Look at his face. Then we see Katie looking around the restaurant, right? Like a creeper. And then we see Sebastian and Katie having another conversation where she is pointing at him with all of her fingers, right? And then the other one, she's got all of her hand pointing downward towards Sebastian, all of her fingers all in a row pointing at him. You see that? You see what Sebastian looks like? And then the end result is Sebastian picking his and biting his nails. And I couldn't fit the biting his nails one up here. But he was picking at and biting his nails. Yes, he was. Hey, Bubby, good to see you. Right? Allegedly, she must have said something to him that was making him nervous. But see, I'd be nervous too if my mom was doing that at me. Like, I just picture myself sitting there and my mom doing that at me at dinner. You know, like all of those hand gestures, everything, pointed towards Sebastian, and then her looking around the restaurant like a weirdo. And she tossed the menu at him. And guys, when he comes into the Texas Roadhouse, he's just looking at that game and he really wants to play it. And then as soon as he can get her attention, he says, "Mom, can I play the game?" And she says no. She like throws it, TJ. TJ says, "Lady Freedom, I have an Italian mother." That's funny. No, I mean, no, I get it, right? Because she talks with her hands a lot. I mean, and I talk with my hands too all the time. All the time. So I get it, right? But I mean, it's just like in the way of her, like very much animated. I was actually also looking for the spoon when she's talking to him and she's pointing the spoon at him, right? Or whatever utensil she's got. I think it was a spoon. I think she was eating like mashed potatoes or something. Yes, Faye. She's one of the brilliant minds we got left. Rest in peace, Mr. Hyatt. Yes, I agree. I agree. Carla says, "I don't believe anyone can relax around the Proudfoots. They enjoy keeping them on the edge." Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, they can't take Chris to a barbecue, otherwise he's not invited back. Social Butterfly says, "I believe premeditated as Katie took photo and showed Seth Monday morning. Is having a good, he's having a good day. I won't believe anything other, in my opinion." Right. I agree with that too. And God only knows if that was him the day before, because it looks younger to me. The picture looks younger, So that's funny, TJ. Yeah, he did. He wanted to play the game. Yeah, I would just sit there and play the game. And she was on her phone anyway. So I mean, what's the big deal? Let him play, you know? Sweet Maleficent says, I'm sorry, Millicent, excuse me, says, "My son is autistic and will bite his fingernails if you take his game away." Yeah, sure. I thank you for, sharing that. And I agree that would probably be something that would cause that. Also, it's something to do sometimes, it's a habit. It's absolutely a habit. Yeah, she gives the bully energy. Yeah, to please Chris. I agree with that too. Sandwich. I agree with that. Definitely. You know, there's a Kiki. Thank you so much for your super sticker. She says there's a part where she shows Sebastian what's on her phone. Weird. I do remember that part. Yes, she does. She does show him, and I wonder if she's showing him like her sending the photo to Chris. Is what I've always wondered. I believe whatever took place was planned also, in my opinion, Gabby says. I do too. Yeah, I do too. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go and switch this up. Sorry, not that one. So you're going to have a big Lady Freedom there for a minute. Let me take this one off and searching. Okay, so her next one is March 21st, 2024. It's about 20-minute video, right? And it is called Searching for Sebastian Rogers or Doing Damage Control, #, Chris Proudfoot, #Sebastian Rogers. Well, buckle up, because that's a good title. All right.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown. And this is the third video I've done on the Proudfoots and their interviews that they're doing concerning their missing son and stepson, Sebastian Rogers. Now, I saw red flags in the first video, an interview that I saw. I saw more red flags in the second interview. And the question is, why am I seeing these red flags? And apparently a lot of other people are seeing these kinds of things too. There's a lot of channels that have come out who have professionals who are doing analysis, like Peter Hyatt has done 2 analyses of the interviews, including this one that was just done, a 3-hour interview, mind you. And it says right here, live at the request of Chris Proudfoot. He wanted this interview. It's a small channel, about 6,000 subscribers. He's not picking, Nancy Grace or some big channel. He's picking the smaller one and doing a 3-hour interview with his wife.
At KPMG, we make the difference by helping our M&A clients capitalize on opportunities that enhance value.
And so there are professionals like myself and Peter Hyatt who have analyzed what is being said and finding concerning things. There are other channels who are going crazy with, well, he complains they're just putting out lies and they're not facts, and he doesn't want to go on those channels. And I can't disagree with him on that. And because there is a problem when your child goes missing, you should be careful what media outlets you go in front of and what YouTube channels you put yourself in front of as well. What your purpose should be, and your only purpose should be, is to get the information out about your child so that the community can recognize him if he's out there, or if they know something about where he might be, who might have him. That's the only reason you need to do these interviews. The interviewing of you two, the parents, the stepfather, the mom, and then the biological father, Seth Rogers, the only interviews you need to do about yourselves is with the police. They're the ones that need to be asking you a ton of questions about where you were, what your alibi is, what your general habits are, what happens in your home, to know all the things about you so that they can determine whether the story of Sebastian walking out of his home of his own volition is true. And if it is true, why he would do that. But they have to vet, as Chris loves to use the word vet. They vetted us, and they have to do that. And though the detectives are the people you should be talking to about all of your personal issues, okay? And by the way, he says, the last interview, he said they were cleared. And I've never heard they were cleared, which means there's a rock solid alibi and they have nothing to do with anything. Now, he did not say that in this interview. He went back to just saying the word vetted, which just means that they've been interviewed and their phones have been checked and those kinds of things. How much the police have done, what they're doing, we do not know. But yes, they're going to check them out thoroughly. Okay, so in my opinion, if you ever have a child go missing, don't do what they're doing. They're putting themselves out there in public, talking about too many details of things that they're not doing too well at. And each interview actually causes more issues. What they needed to do, the only thing I think that was necessary, was to talk to the police, go in front of the camera with that picture of their son, give the basic information they need to give about the son disappearing. Just the basics. They don't need to go through his whole last day. They don't need to discuss any of that, any of their lives. They might want to say, if it's true, that the stepfather was not in town at the time the son went missing, that he'd been in Memphis for the entire week. Whether that's true or not, I do not know. But if it is true, they might want to say simply like this: we're looking for our son. He disappeared. That the time I found he disappeared was when I got up to get him to go to school, and he wasn't in the home. He left with, from what we can see, with no shoes on and a flashlight. That's what we believe. Now, my husband, she's talking, my husband, his stepfather was in Memphis for the week. He was not at home until I called him and he returned home. I was the only one in the home at the time my son went missing. And then you go and say everything you need to know about the son so people can identify him. His looks, his behaviors, where he might go, what he likes, they focus on that. And if the media rolls in with cameras in your face and says, well, what about you two? How long have you been married? You say, this is not relevant at the moment. We're just looking for our son. You stop them. But they didn't. And they keep doing interviews. And now they've done a 3-hour interview. And my question is, why? It appears to me, very little of it is about looking for Sebastian. The majority of it is what seems to be damage control. In other words, as he says, people have opinions, and they're giving these opinions all over the place. And I'm willing to answer the questions to straighten everybody out and maybe even get them to apologize at some point. And he's complaining that because of all these people's opinions, they're calling the detectives and wasting their time. We'll stop giving interviews in the public so that people keep calling the detectives and wasting their time. Take the focus off of the two of you and put it just on your son. But that is not what's happening here. So anyway, they're doing this interview, and it's quite fascinating because a lot of the things they're talking about in the interview just make you raise your eyebrows. Now, that doesn't mean they harmed their son, but it doesn't take away some of the questions people have, and it actually adds more questions. For example, one of the big issues in this case, because he's a stepfather, is did he really care about his stepchild? And that's a reasonable question to ask, because stepfathers can often be dangerous. and women who pick to live with men who are questionable, you wonder about them. Well, she's his 5th wife. He's been married 4 times before. I'm going to say, he may not have an issue. He may have an issue with how he handles his marriages. And he does joke that she's going to say, well, I'm the final wife. And she may be. They've been together supposedly since, this is what Chris says. That.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in here and just say really quickly that Chris has been married 5 times, right? Including Katie. It's his 5th marriage. The other wives are too afraid to come forward. We know that now. Again, it's a video. This video was from March 21st, 2024. So I don't know if Pat Brown had seen the interview with Nina, right? But she definitely recognizes or has heard that Chris has been married 5 times, that he has, a history of problematic marriages, right? And he obviously moves really fast too. Hey, Robini, he likes to move fast with his relationships and so to speak. So he hurries up and gets married, and he's been married for 5 times. So I just kind of wanted to point that out, that she finds that to be, something. And then also we find out that there was a whole lot of issues, especially with Nina. I do know that there was a hospitalization of a wife from injuries due to domestic violence, in my opinion.
They've been together since Sebastian was about 7 or 8 years old. So they've been together like 7 years. I don't know if they've lived together for 7 years. I'm not sure of that. It's not clear.
I still remember the spark in your eyes, that thirst for knowledge that seemed to light up the room.
But she's the fifth wife. And he is an autistic child, which never is easy to deal with. So you wonder, how are things really going on in the house? And I cannot understand. Let me put it this way. This is a child that needs parents in the house. His father only gets every other weekend. And there's a bit of a distance. Some people say it's an hour away. I don't know. And he's with them the rest of the time. Or shall I say, he's solidly with the mother the majority of the time, except for maybe 2 weekends out of the month. When he comes home from Memphis, he drives away 3.5 hours to work as a crane operator in Memphis. And he has got this like camper thing, fifth wheel thing that he stays in. Wait a minute. You're supposed to be a stepfather to this kid, but you're never home. You live in Memphis. That's where you live. You come a couple times a month to see your wife and stepson. What kind of marriage is that anyway? And why? Why can you not get a crane operator job where you live in Nashville area? Why not? Nashville's not a small place. I'm sure there's lots of building projects. You tell me you can't get one crane operator job in the area? It's not a rare job. But you have to go 3.5 hours away to Memphis to get that job and leave your family alone the majority of the month. And it gets even more interesting. He says he hasn't seen his stepson since the 1st of February. Now, by the time he'd gone missing, he'd already missed that second weekend. He didn't come to that second weekend, apparently. Why not? And on the weekend that Sebastian did go missing, he still hadn't shown up. So that's 3 weekends. Why isn't he coming home and spending time with his stepson and his wife? Was he planning to come home maybe the next weekend? So it was actually a month in between the times he comes and sees his family. This is really hard to understand. And then let's look at this. She supposedly had his father, Seth Rogers, supposedly has his son every other weekend. That means she has her son 2 weekends a month. I want to know, are those the 2 weekends he comes home? Or are those the 2 weekends he does not come home? So how much of a stepfather is he to a child he never sees? There's a question I have for you, Sebastian. I find that, and he goes on as if he's this great father to the child. And I'm saying no person's a great father who never comes home to stay with a kid. How much input does he have? Or does he show up once in a while and get annoyed with him? Because CPS showed up because he had whacked him. And he tries to play that down. And I'm thinking it sounds like the old, I only had one drink officer. If you're not spending quality time with him, you're not being a good stepfather to him. And my guess is from the fact he is autistic, has issues. Now they're starting to bring up all these issues he has. Before they barely said anything about his problems, but now he supposedly, has problems with urination in the night, sometimes during the day, has to wear some version of pull-up diaper type things. He's got more issues than they're saying originally. They now talk about how he gets very angry. And so I'm looking at all these things. I'm like, maybe there's something going on in that house which is not terribly healthy. And he's supposedly was going to move over with his dad. Maybe that's why. I don't think we're hearing a lot of truth here. And the point that they're coming to the show for is not to help people find Sebastian. It's to do damage control on the way people view them.
I agree with this 100%, guys, right? Because I think that they were watching the interviews, right? Kind of crafting it out to what they were hearing from people like Pat Brown, right? If they're really looking in, they're worried about someone like Pat Brown. Absolutely. And good to see you, Whitney Mason. Sounds like he avoided Katie's house while they were in a fight about Sebastian, and he, in my opinion, gave her an ultimatum. Speculation. I agree with that 100%. That he gave her an ultimatum. He was withholding love and affection, not coming home that entire month, and she finally said, all right, let's do it, in my opinion, right? I think that they were trying to find ways of getting rid of Sebastian for a long time, for a very, very, very long time. Town Chat Cafe, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership, and it looks like it went to our friend Daisy Duke, so welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Daisy Duke. Yay, thank you so much, Town Chat. And Joe, you're killing me. He says, Gabby, I'm a hardcore groiper. Lord. Oh my goodness. You're too funny. Aw, I'm sorry, Lolly, to hear you got a headache. Girl, I had a headache what was it, last Monday? Oh my gosh, it was like a dull one and I couldn't get rid of it. I was just trying to kind of, lay with my eyes closed, and I'll listen to things as well. I really appreciate you being here. And I just find it so interesting that Pat Brown kept doing these videos, right? Because she kept on seeing this crap playing out, right? Hey, Sabrina Smith, good to see you. And she's noticing it, and she's like, this is ridiculous, right? Like, they can't get away with all of this ridiculousness. So she's talking about it. She's interested in finding out more, but she's also very keen to what's going on, with the proud feet. And she's keying in on certain things and certain mannerisms that aren't normal and the whole 9 yards. I mean, it's all, like she was saying, red flags. And, now she's saying Chris is doing damage control. He's not really looking for help finding Sebastian. And now I want to point to a portion of Elevated Goof podcast, right, where Chris came up and he was mad as hell about his truck being in the geofencing and don't talk about my mama and everything like that, right? He came up there pissed. And then a whole panel of people joined. It was Queen Bee, it was Cluminati. Queen Bee didn't really talk that much, but she was there. And then it was Clue and Cletus, and then Granny is watching, and then Body Moving, right? That's the panel. Chris flies up on there, starts yelling about my truck and this and that. And, then he says, we wanted help finding Sebastian, but we didn't expect all of this crap, right? And then, Clue chimes in and says something to the effect of, well, he never wanted all of this stuff. He never really thought that they were going to find Sebastian, like, kind of like, again, that he wants to paint a narrative for us all to believe that they have nothing to do with this. They don't want help finding Sebastian. They truly didn't want the help finding him. They just wanted to come up here, push their shit, peddle their bull crap. And if we don't believe it, then we're going to get harassed and stalked and whatever, And it's ridiculous because at the end of the day, they should be looking for Sebastian. And they're not. Hey, KJ Mack, good to see you. Good morning. Yeah, and they're not. They're too busy doing damage control. Great job. And Pat Brown, this is March 19th, guys. Or excuse me, this is March 21st. And she got it.
And why is that necessary? Really, why? What do you give a crap about what people in the internet world think? It doesn't really matter. Even I'm a professional. Do you even care what I think? You shouldn't. If you have had done nothing wrong here, just tell people, look, we don't have time for your gossip. We don't have time for your analysis of us. We don't have time. We're looking for Sebastian. All we're going to talk about is how to find Sebastian. Anything about ourselves, we'll talk about with the detectives, and we do. That's it. Stay off the damn internet. Stop doing all these shows. And the claim of, we're doing the show so we can get the information out to people about Sebastian. It's a 3-hour show. And by the way, they didn't have, this is from another show. They did this audio. There wasn't even a picture of Sebastian on it. And it's a 3-hour show, and they're talking most of the time about themselves. So anybody who's looking for Sebastian is going to just say, yeah, okay, this is serving me no purpose. I don't need to know more about these people. I want to try to find the kid. So you're going to tune, these people are going to tune out. It's also a small channel. So why? Why are you doing this? Except that you want to have your say. And the other thing I'll talk about with the behaviors, she seemed a little bit more together in this interview, and gave forth more information about her son, seemed a little more caring. And he, on the other hand, it seemed like he was having a fine time. He was laughing and joking and saying, he doesn't seem to have any kind of emotion toward his stepson at all. I don't see it. I absolutely do not see it. I just, it's like it's all about him and about how he comes off and how people are going to view him. And he's going to fix that. He's going to set you all straight. And he just seems very relaxed and having a good time. And nothing much is about Sebastian, except once in a while he tries to say that, when they say, well, what about CPS when they came out? He gives his story. He gave a story about the snake that he had. He gave us stories about these different individual events, but I just don't see any actual emotion toward Sebastian. And when they're asked, she did ask, what would you say to Sebastian? Now they're saying, if somebody has him, let him go. They're using his name now, Sebastian, which they didn't in the other interviews. What's really interesting to me is that a lot of the questions I've had and other people have are being answered in this interview. So my question is that what this interview is purely about? You've been watching what people say about you, and now you're going to do the better thing. You're going to come off better the next time. Is that about finding Sebastian, or is it about yourselves? And yeah, people are correct that when they say you never know how you're going to feel in those situations. They're correct when they say, hey, you've never been in our shoes, you just don't know. That's true. I don't know how I'd behave, whether I'd cry or I wouldn't cry, or I'd laugh inappropriately. I don't know. But it seems to me they've been watching the internet. He has been watching the internet and figuring out what he needs to do next.
Yeah, definitely, guys. I could not agree more with what Pat is saying here, but I will say I did a little bit of research, and I was kind of, down a little bit of a rabbit hole on the ways people typically act in a stressful or high stress situation. And a lot of times people will laugh, and it's not because they think anything's funny. It's because of the situation. Like, it's due to the situation that they're in. So I'm not at all trying to say that Katie is doing that right here, but there are a lot of, or in the interview when she was laughing and she's giggled before several times. I think hers is more to cover up what she's actually thinking, and to throw us off and to, make a spectacle of herself. So we'll talk more about her than we will about Sebastian. And I think Chris does the same thing. I think they enjoy it. I think they think that they're funny. And they, it's absolutely a nervous laugh, TJ. Right. 100%. It's like, it's not that they can help it. Right. And it's not because they think anything's funny. It's because it's a nervous thing. So, but all right, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and keep playing Pat here.
And that has nothing to do with finding their son, in my opinion. He also said one of the things I had asked, and I had mentioned in my last video, my analysis, I said, it's odd to me if they both get along well with the biological father, Seth Rogers, and they want to find this child. I think the best thing would have been all three of them just standing in a row with the pictures and giving a very strong statement. We're here together. We have to find Sebastian. This is mom, this is dad, this is his stepfather. All we want to do is find Sebastian. We're confident that none of us have anything to do. I know people look at parents. We don't have any issue. The step parents, I don't have any problem with the step parent, the stepfather, or my ex, and she doesn't have, and she says, I don't have any problem with the father. We're all here together because we believe either Sebastian walked away and has gotten lost, or somebody's grabbed him. Something happened, but we're here together to find him, and we're taking a stand together. He claims that they were going to do that in the beginning, but then somehow it all fell apart and they all did their own thing. Or is it because the biological father has suspicions and doesn't want to be involved with them? Okay, so I don't know what's going on there. Now, I'll say one last thing before I sign off on this. Supposedly, again, he has not been home to the house, supposedly, according to him, because I have no proof elsewhere, in an entire month. That he was in Memphis the entire week. That before this happened, he was in Memphis the day before Sebastian went missing. So she was alone with Sebastian the whole weekend. He was not in the vicinity. And when Sebastian went missing, she was the only one in the house. He was not anywhere around or even within 3.5 hours drive. It was only after she called him that he returned. And if that is true,
when our clients come and they're catastrophically injured, when they're overwhelmed financially,
that would take him out. He was not in the vicinity. And when Sebastian went missing, she was the only one in the house. He was not anywhere around or even within 3.5 hours drive. It was only after she called him that he returned. And if that is true, that would take him out of the having anything to do with what happened to Sebastian. If he wasn't anywhere near, then he has nothing to do with anything. So I got knocks somewhere. Hold on. Anyway, somebody's knocking at my door. So anyway, that is just the last thing I'll say is that would, if the police have proof he never returned at any point until that after she called him that morning, then he is not involved in what happened to Sebastian. Then one could look toward the mother, or the child actually did walk out of the house. But they're not making their lives anybody better by appearing and doing 3-hour interviews, basically doing damage control on their behaviors, as opposed to looking for Sebastian. That's my thoughts on that. If you're new to the channel, please do like and subscribe. Check my playlist for all the other things that I have. And we'll see what happens. I absolutely do hope that nothing ever happened to him at that home and that he walked away. But it's been 3 weeks, so wherever he walked away to doesn't look too good either. And why he would leave the house just in bare feet and run off just seems extraordinarily odd as well. So we'll see what comes of anything in the future. But stop. If I were giving them advice, I'd say stop doing these damage control interviews.
She said if I was going to give them some advice, I would tell them to stop doing the damage control interviews. Hey, Seth, good to see you. Thanks for being here in the bushes. Oh, Lord. Could you imagine? She's just like, my best advice is for them to shut up. Like, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. And this is a smart woman right here. This is a smart woman right here. Oh, Lord.
They're really not helping you or the search for your son. Thank you, guys. Bye.
It's pretty much like, shut up and search, right? Shut up and search. Because you're doing a really bad job, All right, so we have another video from March 25th, 2024. Now, I just want to say that Seth was on with Brian Enton around this time too, right? And then Chris and Katie did their interview with Nancy Grace. So, yes, we always love having Seth in chat. Thank you, couponing. Thanks for all the green hearts and stuff, guys, too. I really appreciate that. So yeah, let's go to March 25th. And oh, did I just take it off? Okay, hold on. Let's see, Pat Brown. Okay. I had all 4 tabs set up, but I must have taken that one down. All right, so this next one is going to be called A Profiler's Take on the Grilling by Nancy Grace of the Proudfoots, right? So just bear with me here while I get us to Pat. She has like a slight intro. Alrighty, here we are. Lovely Pat Brown. Give me 1 second. Oh. And she's got more videos too, guys. So definitely go check out her channel. She is a lovely human, in my opinion. Just does a really great job. And has a lot of other cases, right? Summer Wells still missing, right? So she covered Summer and Sebastian. All right, and among other cases. Oh, thanks for being here, Lori Lowe. Good to see you. All right, here we go. And welcome in, everyone.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and I wasn't going to do another statement analysis, but I did watch Nancy Grace essentially interrogate the crap out of the Proudfoots on her crime stories. She grilled them, and it was interesting to see that because normally when you have parents of missing children come onto a show, there's a lot more warmth toward them, a lot more questions about, you know, how they're doing and all that kind of stuff. This did not come out of Nancy tonight. And I've done Nancy's shows for many years. I can't remember how long I was on her show, at least a decade and a half as a regular. And so I know what she was thinking in her head when she was doing this. She has concerns. She has concerns about the Proudfoots and whether Sebastian really walked away. Or she would have asked all the questions she asked. Does that mean they're guilty? Absolutely not. But as a prosecutor, or as a profiler or a detective, these are the kinds of questions you would ask if you still have, shall we say, suspicions. So no one's saying they're guilty at this point, or that they're guilty at all. Sebastian may have walked away and simply there's not evidence to prove what happened yet. But I wanted to do a statement analysis of this particular, this very interesting interview of the Proudfoots, because I found inconsistencies and lies and changing of stories. And those are things that send up more red flags yet again. Now,
all right, guys. So she said inconsistencies and flat out lies. And I agree. There are so many. There are so many. I mean, just even to compare all of them, I would need to make probably at least a 20-hour video. And maybe even it would be longer than that, right? It's an astronomical amount of inconsistencies and flat out lies, in my opinion. Huge red flags. Huge red flags. You know? So, yeah, she's got more energy. Like you can feel her energy in this, right? I can. Like she's a lot more into it, right? Like, yeah, she's ready to eat him up.
Let me start. I've got my notes here, and I'm going to try to grab the ones I think are most important. I'll just say, just because I thought it was kind of amusing, when Nancy started the show, she basically said, you know, we want to get to, we want to know what is true. And then she says, our special guests, the Proudfoots, who were at home with Sebastian when he goes missing. And I'm like, and they said, yeah. And they said, she said hello to them. And I said, yes, ma'am. And I'm like, you should object right there because supposedly he wasn't home. So that was kind of amusing. I'm sure they just didn't respond because they were beginning the show. At least that's what I will say at this point. And so then, of course, they correct this at some point, and she says, no, he was out of town. Chris Prophet was out of town, and Katie was there with just Sebastian. Okay, so now let's start there. One of the questions she asked, which I've been waiting for somebody to ask, is when was the last time Sebastian was seen by anybody outside of, well, essentially Katie? And Katie explains that they went to BJ's, they went to the bowling alley, and they went to dinner, and supposedly the people that were at dinner were a few relatives of hers. So that, therefore, if that is accurate, the last time Sebastian was seen by someone outside of Katie is dinner time at a restaurant. At that point, I wish she had asked when you left the restaurant. I would like to have had a time, but she did not ask about the time. So once she left the restaurant, that was the last time. Let's be clear. That was the last time Sebastian was seen by anybody else. It doesn't even mean he made it home. We have no proof he made it home. We just have proof that if it's accurate what she's saying, I'm sure the police have checked all this out, that he was at the restaurant, and then Katie and Sebastian left the restaurant. After that, once they left the restaurant, we have no idea where Sebastian was. Did he arrive home or didn't he arrive home?
Okay, guys. So right here, Pat is keying in on something huge, right? Because remember, we didn't have any footage of the Texas Roadhouse or anything like that. So we didn't know what Katie actually did, right? It's kind of like when they went to BJ's or when they went to Strike and Spare. It's been said they only stayed there for 10 minutes. So again, I didn't know what to think about any of it. Did they go and did they grab call ahead and take their food with them and bring it home, right? They went to the Texas Roadhouse, sure, but that doesn't, we didn't have any proof. Hey, Michelle, but she's keying in on this on March 25th of 2024, that we do not know after they leave the Roadhouse what really happened. Did Sebastian even make it home, she's asking. I mean, this is why we need the experts to chime in.
Did he arrive home and then they hung out for a while? Did he then go to bed at 9 o'clock, as she states? We do not know. This is the word of Katie at this point. All right, unless they have some cameras showing the car arriving at the house, but there seems to be a lack of lights and cameras around. But anyway, the police might know more of the details as to whether Sebastian actually reached the home. All right, so now let's assume he did reach the home. She says he goes to bed at 9 o'clock. And she's on the phone with her husband, and they both go to bed at about the same time, but they finish their talks at 12. But she changed her story, and I found this absolutely fascinating. She changed her story from every other time she's told it. She said, well, originally she said he went to bed at 9 o'clock. That's story number one. Story number two, he went to bed at 9 o'clock, but then at 10 o'clock, she heard this thud, and she yelled up, "Go to bed." Paraphrased. Now she's changed her story again. Now it's a third story. She says that at 10 o'clock, she heard a thud, and she basically called up and said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Yes, ma'am." And she said, "Well, get to bed."
Right, guys, but people went crazy over this, right? Because we knew there was some kind of a noise in his room, right? Because she told Smiley's story that she said, "Hey, there was a noise in his room, and that's not uncommon, but you can understand why I wouldn't have went to check on him," right? Alluding to the fact, or alluding to not even a fact, because I think she was being a jerk, in my opinion. But saying, "Well, I'm not going to go in there. He's a 15-year-old boy. I don't know what he's doing in there, and making noises and blah blah blah." You guys can fill in the blanks. I don't know. It angers me. right? To no end. And then, it turned into the thud, right? So Nancy Grace says, well, what kind of noise was it? And Katie says, just a thud, right? Just a thud. And we're like, wait a minute, what? Just a thud, right? And then recently, Brandon Carter called it a bang. There was a bang in his room, a loud bang. Okay.
Paraphrased again. Here's the problem I have with, well, the story changing 3 times is a problem.
Well, and the story changing 3 times is a problem, and then her saying, "Bubba, did you fall out of the bed?" "No, ma'am." Right? Right? Because she was talking to Nancy Grace this time, right? She was really in the hot seat. She was feeling the heat, and Nancy wasn't even putting it on that heavily, in my opinion. I've seen her tell an expert on the panel off more than I saw her tell off Chris or Katie. And Chris even challenged her on her own show. Let's not forget that. Name the time and place, ma'am, and I'll be there. Bullshit. You weren't there. You didn't show up to do her 3-hour polygraph with the world-renowned polygraph expert. Did you, Chris? No, you did not. Oh, damn. Seth says that Sebastian didn't even have a door handle on his bedroom door at that house. Unbelievable. So he didn't have any privacy. And so she would have been able to just go over by the door and take, peek in there. Are you okay? Golly. Thank you, Seth, for letting us know that. I mean, this is ridiculous, for us to believe any of this kind of stuff. Also, I just have to say too, Sebastian's room had carpet in there. So if there was a loud bang, like what did he do? Run into the wall? That's what I'm saying. Like if something fell in his room, it would fall on the carpet, so that would muffle the sound of anything falling. Now, if he had, hardwood or laminate or something in his room, then, something hitting the floor, you would think anything could have hit the floor. He could have knocked something off of his bedside table. He could have, whatever. Sometimes people are, loud sleepers, right? Sometimes if their bed's against the wall, maybe they would hit the wall with their leg or something, or their hand or something like that. But, Katie doesn't describe anything like that. And then again, like when it came to checking on him, she tells Smiley's story that, right, that crap, but she knew it wasn't going to fly with Nancy Grace. So what did she say? Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am. Yeah. And then Carter paints this picture. Oh, Sebastian, get to bed because you have school in the morning, sweetie. Bullshit. All right, guys, let's get back to Pat Brown.
But here's a bigger problem, in my opinion. Everyone remembers the last words their child said before they went missing. What were the last words he originally said was, good night, mom, and good night, puppies, or whatever. That was what she said was his last words, but those weren't his last words. Now, his last words were an hour later, after she asked if he was okay. Yes, ma'am. That should have been in the first statement, not added in on the third round. So I find that concerning. All right.
Absolutely. I find it concerning. And I also think it just speaks to the amount of bullcrap that Katie has put on everyone she's talked to. Who has she really been honest with? Who has she really been honest with from the get-go, right? She's shoving her phone in Seth's face, showing him the picture of them at Costco the day before. Look, he's happy, right? What the heck is that? That was a lie, right? What he was wearing was a lie because Katie told the police that Sebastian was wearing all black. He was wearing a black pair of sweatpants and that he was wearing a black sweatshirt, right? Which we all assumed was what he was wearing when he went to bed, right? But then Chris and Katie go on their tour, day 2, and they're telling Chris called them 3 different generations of pants. Oh no, they're the Adidas style pants. Da 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 da. You know, then they were tearaway pants. Oh, you idiots don't know anything. They're not sweatpants. They're not sweatpants. Well, what are they, Chris? Why are you telling us what they are now? Why didn't you tell the police what they were to begin with? Or wait, maybe I should direct that towards Katie. But then again, you guys are in it together. So it's on both of you. I hope it gnaws away at your conscience every single day. But then again, you don't have one, do you?
So that's one of the things that stood out to me. Next, she asked about the lights in the backyard, and Chris Proudfoot has basically said, yeah, that's all meaningless. But I do have a question about lights. If there was any light to be seen, why aren't they wondering why no light was seen from their son's flashlight, which they claim he took with him? If it's that dark outside and there's no lights in the front of his house and only a couple lights in the back on the garage, and the street is very dark, it's so dark on that street that no Ring cameras caught anything. Why is their son, if he's got his flashlight, not using his flashlight to see where the heck he's walking to? But they don't go into that, and that's a second concern of mine. All right, so that's the next one. Let me check here of other things. Oh, okay. Here's an interesting one. Nancy asked if they had both taken polygraphs. Now, it doesn't matter what your opinion on polygraphs are. The fact is, did you take one? And Katie said she took one and passed. Whether she did or not, I do not know, because that's always questionable what they're told by law enforcement. But she said she took one and passed. Chris said he didn't take one. And then the question is, why didn't you take one? And he said he offered over and over again, but law enforcement told him no, because they weren't worried about him because he was out of town.
Right. And that's the problem with the inadequate, sloppy, incompetent investigation, right? Because all of those words before that have nothing to do with anything, because the investigation part didn't happen, right? Because they're lazy, because they're incompetent, because they're corrupt, right? Because everyone should have gotten a polygraph test, right? Everyone. Maybe not Seth in this regard, because honestly, if he was on camera at work as a corrections officer, give me a break. Hey, Don Emery, good to see you. Or, better yet, give Seth a break. This is ridiculous. I mean, since March 13th, this criminal profiler, well-known criminal profiler, an expert in her field, she's also an author and writes books about this very subject, right? Has side-eyed Katie and Chris and knew and had their number. She had their number. She didn't need to watch the Texas Roadhouse footage like all of us had to finally come to that conclusion. No, she knew it right away. She smelled it. She said, this stinks. Just like Dr. Gary Mercado. He said it stinks, right? And then he told us about those smoke bombs that they used to put in the pipes, and everything would start seeping out as soon as they did that. Yeah. Yep, sure did. Same thing with Chris McDonough. He said it looks like they took from the Don and Candace Wells playbook. That's what Chris McDonough had to say, another expert. So why is it that these shoddy ass cops can't do their job? Right? because that's what they look like. They look shifty as hell, just sketchy, right? Shady motherfuckers.
Wow. You know, I can't buy that statement at all. Why? Because law enforcement will, if you offer to take a polygraph, they're going to jump on that. Why? Because it's an interrogation technique. And it doesn't matter if he was supposedly out of town. He could know something about what happened back at home with his wife.
Did you guys hear what she just said? Right? So they're actually, they never did their job. They never did their job. It's an interrogation tactic, but we didn't see an interrogation. Right? That's why we spent how many hours going over Brittany Gosney and her friggin' lies? Evil, evil, evil woman. That's why we sat there and listened to her bullcrap. That's why we listened to her greasy ass boyfriend, Russell. Right? We sat here for hours and we dissected and picked apart every single piece that sounded just like Katie Proudfoot, right? All the different stories, all the inconsistencies. The problem is that Sumner County Sheriff's Office failed to do their job. Otherwise, Katie Proudfoot would have been treated like Brittany Gosney, and they could have gotten all of her stories out and all of her bullshit lies, and they could have had her that day wearing stripes, telling where they put Sebastian, just like her telling where they put her little James Hutchinson, her little 6-year-old boy that she reported missing. And they said, "Hold on, come back and let's talk about it," right? And interviewed her. All the while, they were still looking for little James out there, guys. They were doing this simultaneously. That's what an investigation is. An investigation is looking into these people, giving them polygraphs. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Right? All of that. This was not done in this case. She just said it. If they're offering to take a polygraph test, then the police are going to give them one. Especially a stepfather that's desperate to find his son. Please don't look at me. Look at whoever took my son, right? But we found out that he's a stepfoot. He's not a stepdad. He's a stepfoot, right? A dime a dozen of them out there just wreaking havoc on little children's lives, preying on their mothers. Sick fuck.
And Sebastian. So that would be one of the questions you'd ask. You'd say, did your wife tell you anything had happened to Sebastian? That might be one of the questions. Do you know if Sebastian is alive? Might be another question. Did you help in any way with the hiding of Sebastian's body? Those kind of questions. Even if they absolutely knew he was out of town, there was all the proof was that he never snuck back and all that stuff. If it absolutely was out of town, it doesn't matter. They'd want to do the polygraph. So, yeah, I don't buy that statement. All right, then we have another very interesting statement. Nancy asked him about whether he ever hit Sebastian. And he said he just hit him one time. One time because Sebastian lied. And so he hit him with a belt. Because Sebastian lied. That's the story. And then he said that basically that CPS was not involved. Okay, so over in the recent
all right, guys, and I'll rewind this back just a tiny bit, but I just want to come in with another thing too. Katie lied for Chris for the whole world to see on Nancy Grace on this very subject. And she goes, "Oh, why would you spank him, for him lying?" She goes, or lying, or him lying about doing work. Well, that's more than one time, isn't it? So you're just sitting there recalling several times where Sebastian deserved to get beat up, right? You just recalled several things together, right? And she tried to answer for Chris too. Don't forget that Nancy had to say, this is to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, because she tried to stick up for Chris. Now tell me she is not exactly like Brittany Gosney. Because she stuck up for him even when she knew that he was rolling on her. But then as soon as she found out that he was going to get less time than her, she started squawking on him, right? Because that's how dirty these people are. And it's only going to take for one of them to do it. But which one of them is going to do it? And then here's another thing that we know now that we didn't know back then, back on March 25th, 2024. I'm sure this was a family affair. You know? Thank you, KJ Maxx says, great catch, lady. She knows it's more. I believe a lot more. Absolutely. And I think Sebastian probably got in trouble for everything he did. I think he was walking on eggshells. She took a picture of him eating, for crying out loud, and sent it to Chris. And then she shows her Sebastian the phone. Right? Like, what is that? What was she showing him? Because he looks scared. He looks bewildered. And she looks like she's telling him, hands in his face, pointing at him. Right? If I got pointed at, I knew my ass was in trouble.
Recent show that was done. Here's a statement from him. Over in the recent show that was done. Here's a statement from him. This is on Smiley Stories World. I did my last video was on this. He said, CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And then he says, we were at the house and he got in trouble because he didn't have a belt on. And so I grabbed the belt and whacked him with it. And then he went to school and told somebody, and then CPS showed up at dinner time.
Yep, he sure did. Oh, this is a great stopping point for this is a great face on Pat Brown right now. That's what all of us did when we heard Nancy Grace. We all went wild because of this statement right here, because we had all watched Smiley's story at that point. And that interview where he says, oh, I popped him on the butt, whack, I got him. Whack, I kind of got him. And then he goes to school and he tells his teacher, and I could recite the whole bullshit statement. It's disgusting. But then he turns around and tells Nancy Grace, oh, it's because he gets in people's personal space at school. And because, and they gave all of these examples. Oh, because he's got issues with getting people's personal space. Yeah, so do you. You've been in our personal space for almost 2 years now, you sicko. I want you out of my personal space, please. I got far too many pictures of him on my phone, just a stupid look on his face, just so I can make you guys laugh and myself. Kiki, thank you so much for your super sticker. She says, my question is, has Seth ever got to hear the dispatch with KP and CP's voices on it? He deserves to, in my opinion. I believe that too. I don't think that such thing exists. And I think that's why they called their friends, right? They called, Mama, she knew. Melissa knew, because they were searching for Sebastian at 6:30 in the morning. They were notified before the police and Seth. Right? So, and we're going to talk about how Seth was notified tomorrow. I got a good show planned for you guys tomorrow. So we're going to talk about flashlights. Thank you, Blessed. Yeah, it's so ridiculous to believe any of the crap that's coming out of their mouths, right? They're trying to control his eating, right? And put him in a pull-up. But look, he went to the bathroom just fine. He got up from the table and went and used the bathroom just fine, and then came back, and he didn't look like he was wearing a pull-up that day. And it's sad we have to look at this child. Is he wearing a pull-up? That's disgusting too. It makes me fucking sick. It really does. I get so tired of this. It's so obvious. It's so obvious, right? And they're keeping the case so nobody sees their shit investigation. It's just a huge, such a high level of disrespect. Such a high level of disrespect. Oh, because he's autistic and has a chromosome deletion, that's the reason why we beat him, is what Chris told Nancy Grace. That's exactly what he said to her. And then Katie goes, or lying about doing work, right? He lied at school. It was something about lying at school, right? The other time it was because he forgot a belt. Oh, and then she tells Smiley, my husband did not beat him with a belt. Oh, Katie, you make me sick.
So CPS did come to your house. They have checked. There have been complaints, which CPS had to follow up on.
And he brags about
twice at least. And the most important part here is he said he only ever hit Sebastian one time, and he did it because he lied. But yet we have proof in the last interview that he hit him at another time when he didn't have his belt on. So you hit him twice, and you're lying. So I caught you on that one. All right. One thing that he says a lot during the interview, which bothers me, he keeps calling Seth Rogers the father of Sebastian, the bio dad. I'm sorry, that's kind of disrespectful from the stepdad to call him just the bio dad and never use his name. Sorry, that just really bothered me. So I feel there is a great rift between the two of them. He keeps claiming they're like buddies, and I don't think I get that from Seth Rogers at all. So yeah, just don't call him bio dad when he's the father of Sebastian.
That's right. And you know what? Seth does deserve respect. He absolutely does. Chris demands respect, but Seth deserves respect, in my opinion. I think it's awful that in the beginning it was, oh, Seth is great. He's the best. Oh yeah, if Sebastian was in extracurriculars, he'd be in the front row rooting him on, right? And I believe that. I do believe that. Right? And I think they believe that too, and they know, oh, he's so good with Sebastian. He's always teaching him how to get places, right? You go down this way, make a left here, make a right here, right? Oh yeah, he's a great dad. We're great co-parents, they told Duchess. Oh yeah, we're great. Everything's great. Yeah, that's what they wanted everybody to think so nobody would look at them, right? But when Seth was like, actually, no, it's not that way, that's when they started attacking him. Right? But at first they wanted to play like everything, they were all on the same page. Well, how can Seth be on the same page with two people who were last with Sebastian, or at least one of them was, for a fact, we know that. Katie was the last one with Sebastian, and he's supposed to act like everything's okay? No offense, but if it was perfectly fine before, it ain't anymore. Where's my son? Where's my kid? That's a problem. Whoever was with him last, that's a problem. Right? That's just the reality of the situation, not the TBI narrative.
Now, two more things. He also says that Chris says law enforcement has told them there's no foul play and no nefarious issues, and we have been cleared. I don't buy that one either. They have the law enforcement at this point either has proof something happened to Sebastian that they're looking at that is foul play, or they just don't know. If they have no way of knowing whether foul play is involved or not. Now, whether the foul play involves them is a different matter, but clearing them.
At KPMG, we make the difference by helping our clients navigate the ever-evolving universe of technology.
Mom was at home with Sebastian, last person to be with him. I don't know how you can clear her. Now you can think, okay, we've looked for all this proof that she left the house or she didn't return home with Sebastian, all this kind of things. You can look at that and say, we don't find any evidence that she did anything. But clearing a person is a whole different matter. So you just say, hey, we're vetting you, we're looking at everything, but clearing them, probably not. Now, if they
Sorry, guys, I was muted. I said, she's saying probably not. I'm saying probably not. Little Miss Sharon says KP lied to CPS about Seth not involved, but told in interview Seth is totally involved. There we go. Exactly. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. That's a great point. And Sabrina says respect isn't a given, right? You have to earn it. And I agree with that 100,000%, Sabrina. And the thing is Seth did earn my respect, in my opinion. That's why he has my respect, is because he earned it, right? Because when Seth's asked a question, he'll tell the truth. When Seth is asked something, it's consistent with what he said before, right? That's the difference. And that's how you earn the respect of the public, by telling us the truth, right? Even if it sucks, even if it's bad. I mean, yeah, people could argue, well, Chris said he had the CPS reports. Yeah, he was bragging about it. We know. And, right? And what? No one's perfect, and I get it. But when Chris wants to come out here and act like we're all stupid because they gave us the wrong information, I have a problem with him right off the bat. Same thing with Katie. She wants to play this little indignant act. She wants to play this little, scared little thing. She's 36 years old, a fighter in the military. Somebody in chat said earlier Katie could beat up everybody in the room. All right. Whatever. You're always going to meet your match, trust me. But a little 29-year-old sweet Olivia, right? Olivia Vitale from Chronicles of Olivia. And Katie's over there. No, Katie ain't like that. That's a lie, right? That was her act right there. And then she does her little tough girl routine. Oh, he's not in the freaking house. I don't know what the F. Some choice words were used. Oh, whatever. Please. Where's your Southern accent?
said that, maybe they're just trying to see if they can, get them to let their guard down. That may be true. There's also a whole bunch of issues about the dogs. And so if you listen to different viewpoints on that, at some point she says the dogs, the dogs, not the cadaver dogs, but the scent dogs did hit on scent outside the house. And then other people say that's just not true. I don't have enough information to.
Yeah, because Chris was coming out and saying all kinds of crazy information about the dogs and how many there were. They lied to Nancy Grace and said some dogs hit on a barn, right? And she was pressed on that question a couple times by Nancy, and Katie's like, what barn? What barn? What are you talking about, a barn? She said a barn, right? But that's the thing. Call the Wambulance YouTuber, but that's the whole thing. And how else, I agree with you too, Sabrina. Seth is a great father. He earned my respect, right? Or he has my respect, excuse me. Yeah, he's also a good father to Sebastian, right? And the reason why he is a good father to Sebastian is because he's out there advocating for him still, because he was out there searching for him. He still is, right? I mean, that's proving himself. He's doing more than Chris and Katie ever have done. He has had vigils for his son. Chris and Katie have had none. That's what earns respect. Not running your mouth and going on the trashiest shows that you can possibly find on the internet. That shit belongs on the dark web. I don't even know how it's allowed to be on YouTube, just to be perfectly fucking honest.
Validate either one of those statements. Okay, but let's see the two last ones. Oh, yes. Okay. So Nancy asks him about being away. Were you not at the home? And he says, no, I was down in Memphis working, staying in an RV park. And then she says, when did you leave? And then he says that he had left the home in the early February, and he was down there till the day he was called back. to the home when Sebastian went missing, when his wife called. And Nancy says, well, were you not at home any time during that whole month? Because I brought this up in my last video. This guy is supposedly a stepfather who supposedly spends time with his stepkid to be a father to him when the child is not with his natural father, Seth Rogers. So she's at home pretty much. He supposedly only comes home 2 weekends a month. So basically she sees him 4 days out of the month, and the rest of the time she and Sebastian are alone, and she's got to handle an autistic child on her own. He rolls in supposedly 2 weekends a month, but I'm not sure that's actually true. And in this month, it seemed like he never showed up at all. And he wouldn't have come home that weekend either if she hadn't called. So how much time does he spend away from home, and when does he actually return? And so he says, oh, well, I can't give you those dates because law enforcement told me not to give the dates. What? Why would law enforcement care if you gave the dates? I'm not, what? And then she says, so you weren't home the whole month. And then he goes, oh, well, I wasn't home that month, but I was home some of the month before that. So he tried to, kind of change that story. And he had to admit he wasn't home that month, which I thought was interesting. Why not? I'd love to know why he doesn't go home.
Right. Yeah. And I'd love to know why he was, not coming home even on the weekends that Sebastian wasn't there, in my opinion, if he was gone the whole time. Right. Faye, that's another great point. Seth is doing what we would do. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And I support other women. It's not even about that, because I don't want people to think, oh, well, you're just out there siding with the father. Well, yeah, because he's actually being a parent. Right? Thank you, Bo, for becoming a new member, and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you. Yeah. So that's really what it comes down to, right? That he's doing what we would do. He's doing what a parent would do who's missing their child, begging for him to come home, begging the police, right? Demanding the police, right? He's doing all of that. He's doing exactly what we would do. Advocating for our child. Don't let them forget, right? That he's still out there, that his heart is out there somewhere. Sebastian is his heart. Sebastian is his world, right? Oh, thank you, Lolly. I will look. I think I did hear a notification go off. Thank you so much. I will definitely look, and I'll reply right after. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, Jude, thank you for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you get a membership from Hey Jude, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, and say thank you to Hey Jude. And I don't know, I'm looking for whoever got it in the chat. Hopefully, but whoever it is, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. So yeah, it's just always going to be a major issue, right? Because we can't help what they're doing. We can only speculate on their actions, and that's for all of the parents, right? That's for all of the parents. But yeah, I mean, I would be doing every single thing that Seth is doing. And he has people that are doing, the work behind the scenes, private investigators, so, and if he doesn't do it, who's going to do it for him? Right? Like, that's the whole thing. If he doesn't do it, then no one's going to do it. Like, YouTubers, there's other cases, right? But that's his son. And I expect Katie to be doing something. Like, if she's such a badass and she could beat up everybody, why can't she get her boots on and find her son? Because I'm not afraid of somebody that's that weak at all. I'm just not. Hey, SL, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I like your kitty cat with the cute little sunglass hearts. That is so cute. Aw. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. But yeah, I mean, why is it that we're not seeing her searching? You know, she should be searching. She's more than capable. She's trained to search for people. You know, you kind of learn that kind of stuff when you're in the military. You know, you learn things like CPR. Hell, I worked at a hotel and they had us get certified for CPR. That's where my latest certification came from, me working at a hotel. No joke, right? So you're telling me that Katie doesn't have any type of search and rescue with her military training? Come on. Hey, Pamela Roberts, good to see you. Hey, we're just going over some interviews from Pat Brown, and actually they were all from March 13th through March 25th of 2024. So we're doing a big major throwback on this, but you know, I like Pat Brown, and I think that what she has to say is very valuable. And she was not having it from March 13th on, buddy. She was, I mean, just watching her back, she had it all figured out as soon as she got into listening to the interviews with Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and you know, that says a lot to me. It, Seth also earns my respect too because he has the support of someone like Pat Brown, someone like Peter Hyatt, right? Josh from the lab, right? People that I look up to in terms of them having a really great show with experts on the panel regularly is, you know, I don't think they do it on Lab After Dark. It's just on Josh's The Lab, his other channel. So, yeah. And then who do the Proud Feets go to? Cluminati, right? I mean, come on. Let's just be honest. When they're going over there to a Krama channel, they aren't really trying to find Sebastian. They don't really want help finding him. They want help with whoever will push their narrative. People that don't have a conscience just like them. People who don't give, you know, literally don't give a F about anybody but themselves. Right? That's just what they've proven to be. It's not my fault that they're proving to be that way. I'm just simply pointing it out, and it's my observation, my opinion. But it's some dark stuff that they like to get into, right? They've been on panels talking about Sebastian and also talking about adult toys on the same on a panel, right? That's disgusting. There's something wrong with that. That is not normal behavior from parents, especially the ones where the child went missing from. If Seth did that, I wouldn't have much. He would lose some respect for that, right? Because I'd say, why are you up there talking about that? You know, you talk about Sebastian. You know, you can't fault somebody for um talking on a panel about adult issues, I guess, or subjects, I should say, subject matter. But when it's a missing child's like father, it just a stepfather. It just reminds me of the people that like to like, or the lady that had a child with Ted Bundy, right? The people, and it's not just women, it's not just men that like to, you know, write to people in prison and, oh, you know, oh, you killed your mom, let's get married. You know what I mean? Like, what? Excuse me. I know the dating pool can be a little rough, but really? Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. That's so sweet of you. You guys are awesome. Yeah, she's busy traveling. Busy traveling. And you know, people say, well, what are they supposed to do? Stay at home forever? No, not necessarily. But it's weird, isn't it, Lolly? It's like, why are they so okay with leaving? And they left very early on. That's another thing. They left very early on, and it does make me wonder if Sebastian didn't have a code to the door, because even TJ had said that in your chat earlier. And I was like, maybe they didn't even give him the code, or they changed it afterwards, but they're putting snacks outside, right? I mean, yeah, it's just, again, that's for show, right? Because even when Chris was talking with the McCoys, right? And that conversation happened in October of 24. And then right before Christmas, we had Elevated Goof, his podcast with that whole panel, right? And they were talking about Katie doing this with the putting out this snacks, and her having like a guttural scream in the yard. And one of the neighbors said that she was screaming in the yard and throwing herself around the yard. Well, prior to that, in October, when he was talking with the McCoys, he said, "Oh, I'm sorry that we're not throwing ourselves around the yard in a Hallmark card or some crap like this." Yeah, and then next thing you know, his buddy Clue is saying the same, talking about the same situation, saying that she heard from one of the neighbors that Katie did throw herself around the yard. Come on. Do they think that we don't pay attention? Or do they just think that we're stupid? Because it's very insulting, in my opinion. Pat is really good, Hey Jude. She is really good. Seclusion Work says, I'm listening. Why hasn't Katie utilized the wider network of the retired military community? I don't know, Seclusion Works. That's a great question and a great point. And you know what's really crazy to me as well is that Katie talks about how they're motorcycle enthusiasts, right? Well, bikers help out with a lot of causes. And he said that they were, utilizing their brothers and sisters there. So yeah, that's a great question. Why are they not utilizing their brothers and sisters for a search party for their son and stepson? In my opinion, they already know where he is, right? Otherwise, they would be doing that, in my opinion. They absolutely would. So thank you. That's a great point. You know? Seclusion Work says, Lady as SAR, that's a specialized field in the military. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. They have that special, they do have that specialized training and friends that could do that, right? That are still in shape and, can maybe get out there. Maybe they can recruit some younger kids to do it or whatever, but they're not. What do they do instead? A photo opportunity with, nasty old Fishy himself, right? Out there with Clue and Cletus. Like, what the hell are you actually doing out there, right? We've never seen any of that drone footage, right? Nope. Nope, because he's not trying to peddle that shit around to, like, Nancy Grace and Court TV. And I mean, God help me if Vinny shows that shit on his show. God help me, because I'll fall over. I really will. Yes, I'm gonna have. Oh, no, tomorrow is Sunday. No, I'm only gonna have a night show tomorrow. Town Chat Cafe. Yeah. Thank you for asking, though. Hey, Shelly. In my opinion, KP's looks went down while being with CP. I don't speak on looks normally, but there is a reason for this, I believe. I understand that, Shelley, and I think I get it. Like I know, because I hate to say that too. Like, oh, well, look at the way this person looks, or look at, we're all gonna look different at different points in our lives, and as we get older, we're gonna look worse. But that's okay, and everything. And of course, men age all graceful and everything. But except for Chris Proudfoot, So to my point, my next point is that Chris Proudfoot, you know, when he doesn't put Just for Men in his hair and beard, he's gray. He's all gray. And that man is in his early 40s, right? It's because of all the dirt he does. He's just causing himself stress doing all of that dirt that he does. And Katie too. So Katie eats her feelings, and she probably feels like crap about herself all the time. And she goes out there and feigns confidence, but she can't possibly be confident knowing what she's done. Lana says black. That's a great point, Lana. Thank you. Says black pants on to take the trash out. Then he changed again to add idea the white striped joggers before bed. Yeah, and we still don't know what if they're telling the truth or not, because they've changed that, right? They told the police something completely different. So that was plastered all over everything, and the news was reporting on it multiple times throughout the week, and she never changed it. But they certainly could send in a statement saying that they didn't want to make a statement at this time, right? And oh, I can't imagine what those parents are going through, says Craddock. Not worried about what Sebastian's going through. It was raining that week. It was cold. What the hell? Pam Roberts says she would see straight through KK and CP. Yeah, well, a lot of people see right through them. I mean, she didn't take long at all. I'm assuming that you're talking about Pat Brown. Nope, she had their number quick too. She's sharp as a tack, this one. Rob Beanie says, I personally think they're both pervy in my opinion. I think so too. I think so too. It's gross. I mean, and I think there was a whole lot more to the story. A whole lot more to the story. Because poor Sebastian was dealing with a lot. Thank you, Shelley, for being here. A lot more. And I think he hurt Sebastian, and I think he did it whenever he could. And I think he got some kind of a sick enjoyment out of it, just like Melissa videotaping Sebastian at his birthday while she's bullying him. Lolly says they said he did, so I wonder if they changed it. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed something up here, Lolly. Let's see. All right, I'll scroll down maybe. Thanks, Faye. Thank you for the green hearts. Justice for Sebastian. He deserves it, guys, no matter which way we look at it. He deserves justice. He really does. He does deserve justice because he's out there somewhere. Look, if he's like somewhere and he's been held, right? Still, that's got to be scary for him and out of his routine and everything. Like, absolutely, whoever's responsible. SL, thank you so much for gifting 5 Lady Freedoms Raw Narratives memberships. Thank you so much. If you get a membership, please say thank you to SL and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. That was so sweet. They use his name on practically every live, even if it's not about him. And see, that's terrible, Raw Beanie. And it's gross to like put him with that, right? Ugh. Broken Branch says, in my opinion, he lived mostly in the garage. He could have walked out of that door at any time. Yeah, I wonder if there was any footage of the garage, excuse me, the garage being open at all. I wonder. Throughout the night. Oh, did I miss another one? Coffee and True Crimes had a good question. Dang, I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Right, meaning he didn't. Yeah. Hey, Meep, good to see you. I doubt many bikers like CP. I agree, Meep, for sure. There are such sweet bikers, guys. Like, seriously, I know some of them personally like that. So, yeah, they do wonderful work. Like, they were there for baby Emmanuel for the Bikers Against Child Abuse, BACA. They were there. They were there. And they do show up and they do help when they're needed. And they don't, they don't take it lightly. They get together and they, yeah. Hashtag, hashtag Christopher Greatfoot. I'm telling you, and and then, both of them, they both look horrible. You know what I mean? Because they're in stress drinking. I think that's another thing too. You know, I don't know if she's still employed. I don't know. That's a good question. I for one would not want her to install anything in my house. No way. I don't like to let people in my house if I don't trust them. Seclusion Works says the silence is very telling, and it is. It is. It's like it says it all without saying anything, right? Um, you know. Both pervy but still can't divulge. YouTuber, exactly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he did sound very, very drunk, and even that one night he was getting mad because people were like, "Are you drunk?" And then he was, on Elevated Goof's podcast, you know? Yeah, 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 he's like, "I know everybody thinks I'm drunk right now." It's like, "Well, because you kinda sound like you're drunk and that you're playing cards. I can hear you flipping your cards in the background, buddy. I can hear you flipping cards." You know? I mean, I know what it sounds like. Yep, because I like to play solitaire. My grandmother used to play solitaire like a mad woman. She loved playing solitaire, and I've always played that game. So, yeah, I know what it sounds like when you're, shuffling cards and you're fluttering the cards. Okay, Lolly, thank you. Lolly says, I heard yesterday she no longer works for Brinks, but haven't confirmed any other part or any other job yet. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to employ someone like Katie. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't. She's too unpredictable. I think Katie does have a mental illness, and I always say she seems like there's histrionic tendencies. And I did do a lot of research on that. Whenever Amber Heard was said to have had, shown signs of that or whatever when she was evaluated, and it was very spot on. Very spot on, and Katie reminds me of that, and that's just going off of the DSM-5, right? Like, the diagnostic manual that they use in order to diagnose these personality disorders, and I think Katie is on the dark triad, and then she's with Chris, who's a narcissist, in my opinion, a malignant narcissist, and when you have that together, you know, it's very absolutely toxic, like, to the max, right? Because instead of one person telling the other person to, behave themselves and, "Why are you doing this?" And, trying to figure out and trying to help them, whatever, you have 2 people who are extremely mentally ill and they're together, right? So nobody's telling anybody to behave themselves, right? Like they should be, or getting the help that they need or anything like that, because they're both, like, out of control.
Yes, it's a bit of a drive, but hey, that's your responsibility as a wife, and I mean, as a husband to your wife, and as a stepfather to to Sebastian. And a lot of guys don't really think 3.5 hours is a lot of work. They just put on talk radio, music, and they roll home. And hey, I still don't understand what he's doing down in Memphis. He's a crane operator. Are there no jobs around the Nashville area so you can be home with your wife and stepchild? Or is that why you have so many wives in the past? Okay, that's just a personal comment. Now, the last thing I want to say is this. Apparently, he went back down to Memphis, and she went with him. And when Nancy asked, well, why are you doing that when you should be up here, looking for your son and all that? And she goes, well, Sebastian could be any place, so we're looking here and there, I guess on the way to Memphis. I'm like, what? I mean, really? I mean, it's a long trip down there. Do you know where he would be? I mean, that's just a stupid statement. And is it just you were caught off guard and didn't know how to explain that you went out of town for reasons that probably aren't necessary? But no, I don't think you had, let's stop here on the side of the highway and just check these trees during a 3.5-hour drive. A very strange statement. So that is what I got out of this. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else on in here. I think those are the main things, but I thought their stories changed. They added stuff. Some of the stuff doesn't make sense. And he lied about hitting Sebastian. And that's a straight up proof of that. He lied. He did not only hit Sebastian once, he hit him at least twice. And I'm going to say it's kind of like when you say, Officer Sir only had 2 drinks.
After an accident, it can be devastating and you don't know where to turn. But it violates.
I think that person who does that twice probably did it more. But we don't have proof of that, but we do have proof that you did it twice, Chris. So why are you lying about that? Anyway, those are my thoughts on this. Again, if he really was out of town, he couldn't have done anything to Sebastian. She was in town. She could have. We just don't know. But their behavior has been odd since the beginning, which is why myself, Peter Hyatt, and Nancy keep looking at what they're saying. And there are other cases where you don't look at the parents at all. You're like, yep, I'm good. I'm good with them. But these two, a lot of questions still. And I don't know what the police know. And then what their investigation is behind the scenes. Let me tell you, as a profiler, I know that what I know outside of a case, and when I go work with the police and I see all the files, I say, oh, now I know what really is going on. I know who you've interviewed. I know what you're looking at. There's a lot of things that I learn on the inside, but I'm not on the inside. And neither are most of you, well, unless you're a detective on that case. And therefore, you really actually don't know either. We don't know what the police are doing. And so I say to all you people in the internet world who do want to run out into the real world and get involved in cases like this, stop doing that. This is a police case. You can have all the thoughts you want and listen to different opinions like myself, but please don't go out unless the police want you there. Okay. Don't go interfering, because I've seen a couple channels who are doing that, going out and driving around and doing their own investigation. And I think that's inappropriate. And interfering with the investigation. Don't like it. But anyway, so that's it. If you're new to the channel, please do like and subscribe. I have a long playlist of many cases that I've analyzed. This is an educational channel. The intent is not to solve a case, but to help people understand how profilers and detectives think, how one looks at evidence. And I want to point out one last time, when you get red flags, any investigator profiler will have to, that sends them in a direction to look further. It is not proof of guilt. It sends you in a direction, and then you look for more evidence. And if you never find more evidence, well, then it turns out they're just weirdos. But if they find,
they're definitely weirdos.
Find more evidence, then there's something, but you have to look at things that are the red flags in a case, because that is what sends you certain directions to look for certain information. Because something's not quite right. So you want to find out whether it's some just weird thing, or whether the reason that something's not quite right is because you're looking in the right direction. So anyway, subscribe to the channel, check my playlist. Thank you for being here. And I say I was not planning to be here tonight, but I had, after hearing Nancy do her grilling, I had to say something, because wow. Very interesting. Good job, Nancy. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So, yeah. And I mean, hey, Elisa P. So, I mean, here's the thing. In my opinion, um, I think that Pat Brown is amazing. I think that she is definitely equipped to analyze these cases, and I think that she did a fantastic job here. I think that citizen sleuths are a good thing. Citizen sleuths are doing a good thing. So I do have to just disagree slightly with her, but no shade at all. And I really appreciate being able to go over this, right? Like, I'm glad that she shares her expertise with everyone. It's fantastic. That's what it's all about, Lana. Bowersock's family, lots of influence. I bet they sold LE their homes and may have reduced the commissions for them. Yeah. Um, there's a lot of evidence of real estate dealings. Absolutely, Lana. 100% there is, you know? Um, Well, and that's true. That is so true, YouTuber. And if you think you see Sebastian, call 911 right away. Don't post a picture of him online. Say, "Hey guys, what do you think?" you know, there's plenty of time to do that, right? What there's not plenty of time to do is get to the child who we think is maybe could be Sebastian, right? And then, you might ask him, "Hey, Sebastian," or say Sebastian, right? While you're calling 911, you can say Sebastian, see if he turns around, right? Katie said he'd turn around. I mean, I guess we don't believe her over here. I mean, I don't, and Chris either, but it's worth a try. While you're dialing 911, just say, Sebastian, is that you? YouTuber is here, says, if searchers find something, yes, don't touch it, film it, and call LE. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. And just kind of in the spirit of what um has been said here by Pat Brown, I do want to bring in one last thing before we go. And that's Katie at the 1 year mark. And I want to say this is what's so strange, right? About Katie Proudfoot and her statements that she makes. Now, this is a solo interview. We're not used to seeing Katie in solo interviews. We're just not. We usually typically will see Katie with Chris, right? So typically we see Katie with Chris. Let me add this to the stage and take this down here. All right. So
the last time I saw my son was when he went to bed.
Tonight marks 1 year since Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home near Beach High School in Sumner County. He's 16 now, but there are still no confirmed sightings or leads in the case.
Fox 7.
Right. So this is a year in, no confirmed sightings or leads in the case is what they're reporting, right?
News Kelly Avellino sat down with Rogers' mother, Katie Proudfoot, and the search for her son and the ongoing public scrutiny surrounding this investigation.
Green tea! A voice and an exuberant smile that have been missing for a year that Sebastian Rogers has gone without his favorite things.
Cats are the number one. He doves animals, almost all animals.
All right, guys, he doves animals. He doves animals, right? Weird, Katie.
All animals.
Animals, video games, books, and any chance in the pool.
He loves water. He swims like a fish.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He turned 16 and
all right, guys. So let's just slow jam this a little bit, right? We're just going to slow it down just a little bit. There we go. We'll do that.
And
oh, she's a oh shit.
He turned 16. Fish.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have.
Oh shit. He would have. Oh, she catches herself right there. She swallows.
He turned 16 and he should be home for that.
But
all right. So he should be home for that, right? He should be home for that. Oh shit. I just said he would have. He would have turned. Unbelievable. But nothing to see here, right, TBI?
But Sebastian, who has autism, hasn't been home since February of last year. After dinner at the Texas Roadhouse on the 25th, Katie says she and her son went home.
Did anything happen the night he went missing that was like cause him to run away? Was he punished in any way? An argument? Just a normal night?
It was a normal night. It was a calm night.
That turned tumultuous by the next morning.
It was when I went in his room and he wasn't there. He wasn't in his bed.
Katie says she frantically searched the house and drove around the neighborhood at 6:30 a.m. until she and Sebastian's stepfather, who says he was away for work at the time, called police.
We need you to search your properties every day.
But an Amber Alert and an extensive week-long search.
Right. There was an Amber Alert, right? But they never gave a vehicle description, right? But they had a vehicle description in the neighborhood at 3 a.m., right? There wasn't a bunch of cars coming in and out of Victoria Place that night. This car was one of the cars that was caught on camera in the neighborhood that night, right? It was an Uber driver, the trash truck came, and yes, YouTuber, Elisa says there was no doorknob on Sebastian's bedroom door, and those police were not alarmed. Yeah. Because Seth told us that. Yeah. Yeah, he sure did. Isn't that terrible? Isn't that horrible? No privacy for Sebastian. We're supposed to believe that Katie couldn't have just peeked in there to see if he was okay when she heard the thud or the bang or the noise or the what have you. You know? It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Didn't yield one significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video.
Nothing. Look at these people. Look at all the wasted resources, and they love to brag about how many resources they wasted. They love to. We use drones and fixed-wing aircraft and even an airplane, and we did this and we did that. 4.5 mile radius, 444 bajillion miles, But you yielded nothing. No sight, no scent, nothing of Sebastian Rogers. Nothing. So why are you bragging? You look pitiful.
Later, investigators combed through a landfill 2 hours away, still saying they had found nothing.
Right. They combed through a landfill, right? They combed through a landfill. Just a precautionary. Nothing to see here. We're combing through the landfill, right? What were they looking for? We still don't know, right? We still don't know. But they used all of these resources. And let me just remind you guys, now they're dealing with a much more dense area, right? And rocky and, a little bit worse terrain in Washington, where they have found Travis Decker's remains pending the medical examiner confirming that. but they have a lot of reasons to believe that they are his remains, right? And that they were found just a mile away from the girls, right? Little Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, who their father took their life, and then he went about a mile away and was found dead, right? So I'm not saying that Sebastian couldn't have been somewhere in that radius, because look, I'm going to say it now and again. I will say it again and again and again. And anybody that wants to take the challenge, I'm not responsible for what happens to your feet. But you go to Chris and Katie's house and you start walking in any direction. It doesn't even matter. Just pick a direction, walk in any direction, and let me know how far you get. Because that's what you're expecting me to believe that Sebastian did.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
For the next year, any activity involving Sebastian's case would fuel droves of online followers and even a restraining order against one YouTuber.
There were quite a bit of people that were, sending some very threatening and hateful messages to us.
What would you say to those people?
Just stop.
Fox 17 News sent the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
All right, guys, let's slow jam that part a little bit. Let's just slow jam that part a little bit. Because Katie thinks it's kind of funny at the end there. Let's just put it down to half speed.
Oh.
Right?
Fox
It's to her. That's funny, right?
Hateful message.
Oh, it's so hateful. It's so horrible. Oh my God.
Messages to us.
What would you say to those people?
Just stop.
Right? It's cute to her. It's funny. Great, grand, wonderful. Right, Katie? Real cute. Right? Oh, they're just bothering me so bad. They're so hateful. Where's Sebastian, Katie? That's all we want to know. We'll never talk to you again. Promise.
Fox 17 News sent the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the lead agency in the investigation, a list of questions in anticipation of this story, including asking if there are any new leads, what kind of evidence detectives have vetted, and if investigators still believe there is no indication of foul play. Sheriff Eric Craddock responded in an email saying, "This is an active and ongoing investigation. We continue to work with our state and federal partners. We will continue to seek a resolution in this case."
What do you believe happened to Sebastian?
Unfortunately, over the last year, I have thought.
She will not look at the reporter. She is not looking at that reporter at all.
Every single day, night, every moment of every.
Really? You're not looking at her at all, Katie. You're pleading with this woman, right? You're pleading with her. You want her to listen to you, right, Katie? You want all of us to listen to you. So why aren't you looking into the camera at the very least? It's because you're lying.
Possibility of something that could happen to him, where he could have gone, if he had gone with someone, if someone took him willingly, unwillingly, if he'd run away and got lost, if he'd a million different things. And
he ran away with no shoes on. I want to see you go in any direction from your home, Katie, without any shoes on, and let me know how far you get, okay? Right? But this time you take a cell phone with you so you don't get lost like Sebastian, right? He left his money, his cell phone on the dining room table. Really? What a load of crap.
Unfortunately, I don't know.
But Katie and a private investigator she retained believe this piece of surveillance video taken the night that Sebastian went missing could be a lead in the case.
1217, a couple 100 yards away, there's a figure
The Sumner County Sheriff said the video has no relevance to the case, but the Proudfoots aren't dismissing it until the identity of the person is confirmed by investigators. Unfortunately, any possible break in Sebastian's case has gone nowhere.
No child goes poof. He's somewhere.
Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, has also endured a year without his son.
Sebastian, son.
Seth brought in a team offering their own reward of $347,000. That's on top of the FBI's $50,000 reward.
To stop looking is to give up hope.
Right? To stop looking is to give up hope. And then we have Katie over there saying he would have turned. And, I don't know what happened to him. Somebody took him, somebody did this 20,000 different scenarios, right? I don't know what happened to him. He just poofed in the middle of the night. He just went poof. He just, I don't know. I don't know why he walked out the door. He's never done that before. He wasn't in trouble. We had a great day. Hey, pickle me, Elmo. He says she's in the bushes with Seth. That's funny. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Meep, right? That's my face right there. Like, really? It's ridiculous.
Hope that's still evident among volunteer searchers.
I'm not going to stop.
Missing signs and ribbons in Sebastian's favorite color.
And God, right now we're seeking you to reveal the truth to us.
When did Chris and Katie ever do one of these? Right? This is one of the vigils. It was the vigil at Beach High School. Right? Chris and Katie were motorcycle shopping. Right? Katie got pictured with her butt sticking out. And Chris is over there, leaning up against a motorcycle like he's back in the 1950s with the haircut.
Katie says detectives searching for that truth left no question unasked.
Lie detectors.
Yes.
For yourself
and my husband.
Which Katie says they passed. We don't know what investigators say about the test, but Katie says they have searched her home.
Thoroughly, many times. Cadavers, searchers.
What do police tell you at this point? What do they think?
Okay, guys, I just want to stop it right there. She says cadavers, searchers. What's a cadaver searcher? Right? Are you talking about cadaver dogs, Katie? Right? Because last time I checked, there's no such thing as a cadaver searcher unless it's a dog, because the dogs can smell the decomposition. Right? Of a body in the woods somewhere, Katie? Okay. Let's just back that up a little.
Police tell you at this point? What do they think?
Unfortunately, that they have zero evidence.
Unfortunately, that they have zero evidence. Right? Doesn't cry when she says it. Unfortunately, they have zero evidence. And she doesn't look at the person when they're talking to her either. Right? But we all know the answer to the question. Even the reporter knew the answer to the question. Be safe on your pizza run, little Miss Sharon. Right? She knew.
No trace of the boy with a smile that's imprinted on countless hearts, especially, Katie says.
Oh, there's Katie's tattoo, guys. Doesn't say Sebastian's name. Right? And then she puts a cross on it. But they won't show up to a vigil because they said that that's for somebody who's mourning a death. But Katie puts a cross with Sebastian and a green heart, but doesn't put his name in it, right? Doesn't have his name under it, nothing around it, through it. But she has a cross there. Looks like a memorial to me, Katie. Who do you think you're fooling?
On her own.
I would just like to tell my son that I love him and to know that we are never going to stop searching.
So a lost smile can be found. Anyone who believes they may have seen Sebastian Rogers.
So a lost smile can be found. No, you can't just button it up like that. You cannot just button up this case like that. You just talked to the woman who was last with this child, and that's all you got to say? What a bunch of crap.
Anyone who believes they may have seen Sebastian.
To know that we are never going to stop searching.
So a lost smile can be found.
And the nerve. She says, so we cannot, we're never going to stop searching. What are you talking about? You never started searching, Katie. Quit lying. You're lying your ass off. Right? And everybody knows that. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. Good to see you. Right? Meep says, I still think it's odd that the Stinky Feet still went to Alaska with all of the commotion going on around her son. I agree. You know, I guess that was part of, you know, TB's normal work trips that he had been there before. Right? But the thing is they don't care about Sebastian. There was no pictures at all of Sebastian on Kathy's Facebook. Yeah, a parent, Elisa P, that's a great point. A parent would say, police don't have any leads or clues. Evidence is the wrong word. Right. That's what a guilty person would say. Prove it, right? You don't have any evidence. Prove it. Right? Dawn Emery says, and KP kept saying that boy. Yeah. And this is the picture I'm referring to, guys, when I talk about the one that was shoved in Seth's face when he arrived after finding out Sebastian was missing. And then this is the same photograph right here where you can see perfectly bruising on Sebastian's neck. Right? So who bruised Sebastian's neck? Right? Because we know that they like to grab him by the neck. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to hide this. A piss poor job at that. Right? Guys like to grab the kid by the neck. Right? And then you want to act like you were searching for him. Why are none of the mainstream media outlets reporting the correct information? Because everyone should be outraged about what's going on in the Sebastian Rogers case. Outraged. Look at this child. Look at them. Or look at him and look at missing Summer Wells. But of course, oh, we don't want the YouTubers talking about it anymore. I wish they'd shut up about it. Yeah, because you haven't done your job and you're not doing what's right by these kids. Oh, and by the way, Crispy is always spending all his time trolling through YouTube, right? Trolling through YouTube, watching what everyone's saying about him, right? Katie runs down demanding the footage, right? Yeah, justice for Sebastian Rogers. Justice for Sebastian Rogers. And I'm going to keep saying it.
Anyone who believes they may have seen Sebastian Rogers should immediately call 1-800.
Oh, and then also his smile isn't lost because it's going to be at Pigfest, right? We're going to be wearing his smile on our t-shirts and our hoodies. And I'm going to have a bag. I got a bag coming with all of his information on it and a QR code in case they would like to scan that and learn more information.
TBI find or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. There is a vigil for Sebastian this Saturday, March 1st at 2 p.m. at the Celebration of Life Church in
Right, at the Celebration of Life Church in Hendersonville that his mom and stepdad did not attend. Right? They did not attend that vigil. That was put on by his father. And again, Kelly Avellino will not report the truth, right? Because they want to button up the story, right? It's ridiculous, and it's not fair to Sebastian. He's the one that suffers because of it. But don't worry, he won't be lost.
Andersonville, and we will certainly continue to update you on any information we learn in his case.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. So that's what I have for you guys tonight. I wanted to, oh, sorry, I'm big here. I wanted to show you guys that. I wanted to show you guys this little collage I made in the background here, right? Thank you, Seclusion Works. You know, KP just left town. She quit her job immediately took off with Chris. I don't know that she quit her job. I just know that she took off with Chris. I know that for a fact. Because she said it on Nancy Grace that she's with, she had to accompany, right? That's where she's prim and proper, Katie, in front of, Nancy Grace. All prim and proper. Oh, I had to accompany my husband. For what? You going to get in the crane with him? The hell are you going to do there? If your husband or your significant other you live with goes on a work trip, they go on a work trip, right? Most of the time you don't go with them. Now, with them being 3.5 hours away, I could see her maybe coming up on a weekend, but that would be a happy family where, they actually wanted to be around each other. That's not what we're dealing with, right? Because the TBI's narrative was set out to confuse and to distract and to make us think that Katie was a good mom. They did the same thing when they gave that press release to the FBI and the FBI posted it, right? I've circled their emblem here. And this is a photo that they tried to pass off at the Texas Roadhouse in the beginning, right? 2 smiling people having a great day. When in reality, this is what we saw. All of these other pictures. And there's worse shots than these. I could have grabbed the one where she took the role from the kid. Are you kidding me? Why can't he have it? Why can't he play the game, Katie? Why can't he play the game? He wasn't able to play the games according to your 10-minute stop off at Strike and Spare. He wasn't allowed to play the games there, so why can't he play the video game over here? You're the one that lied and said you guys played at the arcade. And that's all he wanted. He eyeballed that machine from the minute they got to the table and he was looking at it like, I really want to play a game on there. Why can't he play the game? How much is it to play a game on the machine? If you guys know, let me know. I'll figure it out when I go there to eat. Because I'm interested in that. I'm interested in what Sebastian was interested in. And he was interested in that game. So I want to see how much it costs to play it and all of that. Because it's ridiculous. Yeah, they left Mississippi and then they took various vacations. Exactly, Elisa P. Yeah, that's what they did. They didn't have a green light bulb out. They don't have a green ribbon. Katie's not passing out flyers wherever she goes. She's a liar. And then she was giving Sebastian hell at dinner, and she did not want us to see this, and that's why she and her big galoot wearing the brute showed up down at the Texas Roadhouse and threw a damn fit. Right? Oh, I'm Steve Fisher. I like to pick on people. A little jerk. And I mean, I get it too, Seclusion. Yeah, because like people have to go on work trips and stuff. They do. They do. And, you know, you never know. I don't really know a whole lot about, you know, those two weirdos. All I know is they're sketchy as fuck, and they had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance, whether they were, you know, accessories after the fact or if they helped plan it all out. Melissa too. That's my opinion. I believe it was a family affair. You know? They refused to tell us what they were doing in the area, Faye. They refused. You know? Yeah, I think he's a union guy, Meep. I think so. I think so. If I could guess. But again, you know, I've tried not to, you know, go digging into these people, but I mean it's hard not to. It's hard not to. Especially when I went and looked at his mom's Facebook page and Sebastian wasn't there. I knew exactly all I needed to know about her when I saw that. When I see her with the other grandkids but not with Sebastian? Yeah. Talk about a red flag. Talk about a huge red flag. Right? Because why were you down there without your other grandchild? How come he couldn't go? You know? It's not fair. You don't do that to kids. You never do that to a kid. Because a kid is going to internalize everything, right? And then they're going to think, what's wrong with me that I don't get to go? Shit, as an adult we would feel that way. Nobody likes to be excluded at all. Everybody wants to feel loved and belong, you know, the love and belonging feeling. It's a basic human need. And when you're a grandkid and you don't get to be involved with other grandkids, then you wonder what's wrong with me. You don't wonder what's wrong with them because kids don't have that capacity to think that far ahead, right? They think about, "Oh, well, what did I do wrong? How come, you know, maybe why don't they like me?" Right? They don't have the capacity to be like, "You know what? These guys are dicks and I don't want to go with them anyway." Right? But instead they like, "What's wrong with me?" You know? And I hope somebody told Sebastian that whenever maybe not the dick part, but I mean, I'm just saying, I hope somebody told Sebastian, "Look, that it's their problem, not you. You're not the problem, they are." You know? He probably is a fishy furry. Robini. Oh my god. Those furries are some weird smelly creatures. Like they are weird. But no shade if you're a furry out there and you're a follower of Lady Freedom. I don't know. I can't get down with that. I don't want to know about it either. Please don't tell me if you're a furry. I would rather you just keep that to yourself and we'll move right along. I don't like to hear about anybody's bedroom sexcapades, right? I don't want to hear it. I don't care what you do in your bedroom. I do not care and I do not want to know about it. And I will give you the same respect and I will not share what I do in my bedroom, right? Because that's just, it's weird. It's weird. It's off-putting. And I don't want to know about it. I had a friend of mine that would always tell me about that life, you know? And I'm like, why are you telling me this? I do not want to know this, you know? And I tried to change the subject, you know, and actually it was one of my managers. But I did like her. She was cool as hell. But other than that, and I wasn't the only one she would share information with. She'd tell everybody. And it was kind of funny. But I was just like, I do not want to hear, and I'm just like, oh, awkward. And I'm just like, and I'm sure my face turned red. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, I didn't want to deal with that. because I'm a very visual person. I have a good imagination. I like to read and stuff. So then when people like describe things to me, like I get a visual in my head. And so when that happens, when that happens, I was traumatized. We'll just say that. And awkward. And I was like, oh God, what is this life? What am I doing? Dawn Emery. Oh, Don Emery says, in my opinion, how did Chris know that Katie picked up the niece on Sunday? I know. Well, I agree, Dawn. I know what you're talking about too, because she looks at Chris for validation. You know, yeah. Because and some people might say because Chris is super, controlling and he doesn't let anything go on without his knowledge, which, I think that's true. But also it does it yeah, it's weird, you know, that he was involved in that, like that he was even involved in that. Tickle me fish. Oh no, he just dresses up like a big Elmo. See, you guys are giving me mad visuals, and I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Elisa says that's straight out of the Satanic Bible. I know. Well, I think these people are sadistic. Look, Melissa was sitting there. I said it earlier. Video recording Sebastian's strife. He's going through it. He's struggling. He's having a hard time. She's causing it. You know, and then she's videotaping him. If that was me and that was my sister-in-law, ooh, I'd be like, step off, biatch. Okay, like I wouldn't accept that. You don't do that to my kid. You don't do that to my kid. And I'll tell you, I would even be like that if that was my stepchild. I'd say, don't do that to them because they don't deserve that. They're upset. Can you see that they're upset? Can you give them a second? And she's the one causing it. It's sick, you know? That sounds nice. A hockey jersey and and slippers, seclusion. The teaching that animals are the same as humans, etc. Oh no, no. We have a higher understanding. I can't deal with that. I just can't. I'm like, no, I don't want to hear it because it does make me feel awkward, and I don't want to know about it, right? Because then it's like if your friend tells you that, and then their boyfriend shows up, or because that was her boyfriend. And like if he ever showed up, I would just be like so awkward. Because I know there's their life like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I would just be. It would. No, I just don't need that. Robini, I do remember that there were rumors about the prophets being furries allegedly. I heard that Katie's friend was a furry. Yeah. Robini says I've been there, uncomfortable. It is. Like seriously, I was probably like, yeah, like I could just picture myself like not wanting to. And sometimes I'd back away, but it was hard because it was like, she was our manager. It was hilarious though. I mean, at least it wasn't a guy that I would actually thought it might have been some harassment going on there, but no, that wasn't the case. It was a lady. She'd tell everybody, it was somewhat comical. Like it was a little bit comical. I will say that because it was, but I didn't like it. Did anybody see Hindsight 2002's panel last night? It was very good. There was a picture they found of a woman attending her bestie's birthday party in Florida. I believe it's March of 2024. Looked like Katie. Yeah, Pickle Me Elmo. I did watch the replay. I did. And I mean, it does look very, very similar to Katie. Very similar. Yeah, the Proudfoots are swingers. That's what I thought too, Elisa P. But I do remember that friend that came out and talked with. I know Clue was up there. I don't know was it on Jay is for Justice's channel? Either one. So they did a panel, and maybe it was Queen Bee or Granny. I don't know. One of those. And the lady came up and she talked about being friends with Seth and Katie in California. And she was a nice lady, but they said she was a furry. And I said, I don't care what she does. Again, I don't care what she does in her bedroom. I don't want to know about it. You know, I said the same thing when they were like, "Oh, Katie was banging the neighbor and or neighbors," and I was like, "I don't care who she was banging." Yeah, she did look right at him before before talking about the niece. Yeah. Like she forgot the niece's name or something. You know, we were talking about that like if you have a whole lot of nieces and nephews, but like I don't think they have a whole lot. I think it's just a couple of them, you know. Yeah, you got to treat your kids the same, Dawn. And I'll tell you, I only have one child, so she was lucky that she didn't have to, which was funny because she would tell me that too. Mama, you're not allowed to have any other babies but me. It was what she would tell me when she was really little, and it was so funny. But because she knew she was the only one, she didn't want any, you know. Her one friend had like 4 or 5 brother or 4, yeah. It was the little girl, and then she had 2 sisters and a brother, or the other way around. But anyway. Elisa P says there was no picking up the niece, in my opinion. Yeah, they went to that Dara lady's house, but I don't know that the niece was at Dara's house, you know? I think it's made up as well. I think it's made up as well. Rabini says, I'm not sure. She may be a witness. They protect her identity and which aunt she belongs to. Oh, yes. On the call with the PI, Katie says she's been through enough already. I do remember that, Rabini. Good point. Yeah. Yeah, it's Voices of Truth, Pickle Me Elmo, yeah. Yeah, I always share their lives. They're awesome. I love sharing their stuff. Sometimes we'll review. Um, and I've been looking at the people at the Texas Roadhouse as well. I always have because I thought it was weird because I've also worked in food service and I understand how restaurants work, right? I mean, I pretty much grew up in a restaurant. My mom was a server, so I mean, like, yeah, my first actual job was a hostess at a restaurant. I've always worked in the restaurant, so I don't know, and I've used it, you know, as a second job too. I've always kind of talked about that, but for those of you guys who are new or something, um, I'm very, you know, it's just like when they were talking about like seasonal workers at restaurants. I'm like, I've literally never heard of that. Now, down in Branson, Missouri, work is seasonal, like it's different there. But you don't call people temporary or, you know, seasonal workers in a restaurant typically because you're just a freelance person, right? You go in there, you make your couple bucks an hour, but then you rely on your tips and your regular customers that come in, right? So, but seasonal, no. So, well, guys, I better hop off here. I've been on here for a long time. I don't know if Dara has a child. I'm pretty sure her husband got in trouble for doing some fraud after all of this happened, but I think that was just because they looked into her and maybe, you know, I don't know. Who knows? They're so corrupt. But either way, guys, I will see you all tomorrow night for a late night show, and then next week, Monday through Friday, we're gonna do. I usually do day shows during the week, and then the weekend I just do the night show. So, but everyone, take care. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for Lolly being here. And everybody that came in tonight, I really appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. And welcome new members. Thank you so much for people who donated for super chats or for Kiki donating the super chat and town chat, gifting memberships. Hey Jude and SL and Little Miss Sharon, you guys are awesome. Bogue becoming a new member and SL, really appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. Have a great day.